Hey folks, welcome to Linux File System Troubleshooting course. All right, this course is designed specifically for you to troubleshoot Linux file system related issue, anything that has to do with the files or directories, changing its permissions, getting it or deleting it or renaming it, anything with to do with files. All right, I have broken down this entire course in simple three sections. In section one, we'll go over the course overview, which we are doing right now. And of course, I want you to spend just a few minutes with me to understand what exactly I am covering in this entire course. All right, in section two, we'll set up our lab because we do need a Linux machine to actually practice all of those things that we're going to learn in terms of troubleshooting. So, when it comes to setting up the lab, we will have some introduction and we'll go over the designing of the lab as to how we are designing it. Then we'll go over the introduction of virtualization because we do need virtualization in our lab in order to run a Linux operating system simultaneously with our existing system or existing operating system. Then we'll download and install Oracle VirtualBox. VirtualBox is a virtualization software. You could either go with VirtualBox or VMware Player, which is also an open source free virtualization software that you could use. Then we'll create a new virtual machine once we have the virtualization software. And the last one is downloading and installing Linux operating system where we could practice our troubleshooting steps. All right, then coming to section three, which is all about troubleshooting Linux file system. And some of the examples that we will be covering, actual real life examples, are those which I have experienced and many people have experienced regarding Linux file systems, or some of them like cannot change into a directory or cannot open a file or run a script, trouble finding files or directories, cannot create links, having issues writing to a file, cannot delete, copy, rename, or move a file or even a directory, cannot change file permissions or ownership of the file, disk space issues when you have a system that has the file system has taken up all the disk and is full. System can be crashing at this point. Then when you have those issues, then how you could add a new disk and create a standard partition. Moving on, we how we could add a new disk and create or add a new disk through logical volume management partition. Then how we could extend LVM, then troubleshoot issues deleting old files, because let's say if the disk is full, and one of the primary reason that caused the disk to become full is when it has a lot of old files. So you should do housekeeping to your Linux system by deleting old files, and that's what we're going to cover in this video. Then we could also write a script through a cron job to delete old files. Also, we'll go over some of the troubleshooting steps when it comes to configuration files. Configuration files can be corrupted over time, or you make a mistake while you have written the configuration file, then how you could troubleshoot that. So these are all the videos, all the lectures we're gonna cover in this entire course, and I hope this is exactly what you are looking for. So I will see you in the video or in the entire course. Hey folks, in this video we are going to cover some of the important things that you should know and remember in Linux. And very first thing is Linux has a super user account called root. Root is the most powerful account that can create, modify, delete accounts and make changes to system configuration files. Even root can delete its entire operating system as well if you issue a remove command on its main operating system files. So be very careful. Also, Linux is a case sensitive system, meaning a file or directory that is created with uppercase ABC is not the same as lowercase abc. Next thing is avoid using spaces when creating files and directories. Yes, because when you create spaces in a file directory, as just like as if you are doing in Windows environment, Unix doesn't really like spaces, and it will be very hard for you to log in or cd into those files and directories. So do not use spaces. Instead, you could use hyphens or dashes. Then Linux kernel is not an operating system. It is a small software within Linux operating system that takes commands from users, and pass them through the system hardware and peripherals. Then Linux is mostly CLI and not GUI or GUI. What is CLI? CLI stands for Command Line Interface, and GUI stands for Graphical User Interface. So when you are using Windows operating system, you will see everything is in a GUI. You use your mouse, you drag, drop, but in the Linux, most of the corporate environment, you will see nothing like that. You will be given a prompt where you would have to run the command using your keyboard only. And the last thing to remember is Linux is very flexible as compared to other operating systems. Yes, it might seem hard at the beginning when you are learning commands in that operating system. But once you know Linux, you could do so much in Linux operating system that you weren't able to do in other operating system. Changing password. In this lesson, we will cover how to change the user password. Either you are root and you force the user to change the password, or the first time you log in, or if you are just yourself and you want to change your own password. You should change your initial password as soon as you log in. Now, this is when your account is created for the first time in the system and you log in with the password that's been given to you. Or sometimes what happen is password is not given to you. You would just log in with your username and it will automatically prompt you to change or put in a new password. To change a password, the command is password followed by the user ID. And please remember, it's not the entire word password as a command, it's just PASSWD. It does not have O and R in it. So it's password space user ID. And user ID in my case is IFSol. When you hit enter, it will ask you for your old password or your existing password that you have. You provide that password. The next thing it will ask you is to put in your new password. You input your new password. It will reconfirm the new password for it. So it will ask you to retype your new password. The reason they ask you for the second time is because if you have made a mistake in your earlier entry adding new password, it will match to confirm that you have added the correct password. Now, if you just type password command while you are root, then remember it will change your root password. If you type password followed by the user ID, then it will change the password of that user. So just be very careful. So let's log into our Linux machine through console and see how we could change the user password. Here we have our Linux machine console. We'll just do a right click and open the terminal. I always like to make this terminal a little bigger. Make the window a little bigger. I could just simply drag and drop, or I could simply maximize it by clicking here. Anyway, let's get into our changing password procedure. So when I type password followed by my user ID, it says only root can specify a username. So only root has a right to specify the username or change another username password. I'm not root. I am myself. Who am I? Or who am I? Myself. So all I would do is just put in a password command, not the username, and hit enter. And now it's asking me to change or provide my current password. So I'm going to put in my current password. Now it's asking me for a new password. Remember, I'm going to put in, this time I'm just going to put in 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's say what it says. It says the password is shorter than 8 characters. So let's put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. And it says password fails the dictionary check. So now Unix or Linux are most of the operating system nowadays have this check where it looks for dictionary and see if that password exists or see if that word exists or not. So make sure you change the password to something that does not go with the dictionary or does not have a sequence of characters. So I'm going to change it to something different. There you go. See, it took it. I'm going to reconfirm it and password all authentication tokens updated successfully. Okay, so that's how you use the password command to change your password. I want you to try that command a couple of times in different ways and see how it works. Become root and change your password by typing password IFZOL or username and then log in as yourself and try that command. File system paths. Here we will talk about how we could navigate the file system through the absolute path or relative path. So basically there are two paths to navigate a file system. The first one is the absolute path and the second one is the relative path. An absolute path always begins with a slash. This indicates that the path starts at the root directory. An example of an absolute path is if you are going to go into the Samba directory, which is in var log directory, it has two directories above it. So you could start with cd slash var slash log and slash Samba. Will take you directly to a Samba folder. By the way, this is just an example that I picked up for to make you understand about the absolute path. Then we have the relative path, which does not begin with slash. It identifies a location relative to your current position. An example of relative path is you cd into slash var. Once you are already in var, you could just do cd logs. Now you notice we are not using slash log because we are already in var directory, and we could just simply go into cd log, and then from there we could cd into Samba. Again, here we are not using slash log or slash Samba because they do not begin with slash. They are within the slash var directory. So let's look at the example. So first thing you have to do is become root user, su dash. You put in a password. Now if you wanted to go directly to the Samba folder, you could just go cd slash var slash log slash Samba. Where are you? You are in var log Samba. Now if you notice, if you go through the relative path, which means let's go to slash, we are in root directory slash directory, and if you want to go to the var directory, you could simply do var, or you could also do var. Once you're in this directory, and if you try to do at this point, if you try to do cd slash log, it's not going to find it because what you're trying to tell the operating system that there is a log directory within the slash directory, which is not the case. So how are we going to get into the log is by simply cd log. And if you do pwd, you will see you are in var log. Now if you wanted to go into one more directory, which is Samba, what command would you run? cd slash Samba or cd Samba? Well, you will run cd Samba and it will take you to the Samba directory. When you do pwd, it will tell you you are in var slash log /samba directory. So this is the main difference between the absolute path and the relative path. And the reason you use these two different paths is because if you already know the directory where you want to go in, you don't have to go into one directory, then the second, third, or fourth. You could directly go into the path of the directory, in our case, which is again var/log/samba. And there you are. And for example, if you want to go to another directory, let's say we're going to cd etc sysconfig and network scripts, you could just do that and it will take you there. By the way, if you hit tab, it will auto-complete your directory if it exists in there. Now, which directory you are in? You are in etc sysconfig network scripts. If you want to get out of from one directory, you do cd dot dot. Where are you? You are in etc sysconfig. You want to go one step back, you do cd dot dot, and you are in etc. If you want to go one more directory out, you do cd dot dot, and you are into slash directory. Again, the root directory, the main parent directory. So that's what this lecture is about, to tell you the difference between the absolute path and relative path. How to delete old files. We have seen the problem of disk space is filling up, and one of the main reason the disk space fills up is because of the old files. The files keep keep piling up, and there is no one who's doing the housekeeping, and no one is deleting them. So one after another, bigger files, they keep adding up, and that's how the file partition gets full. So in this lesson, we are going to cover how we could delete old files. Well, it's that simple. You find them and you delete them. Delete using rm command, right? Well, it's not actually that simple. Why? Because you will use the rm command only on those files or directories that you know that they exist and they are that many days old. What if you do not know which file is older than certain days, or which directory is older than certain days? So how do you find them? There is a command for that, and find files and then delete the old files. And this command syntax for that is, of course, it starts with find, because it needs to find the files. So the command is find, the path, the type, and the whole syntax. And I'll go over the syntax next, and I explain you the first part, which is the path where your files are located. So find is the command, path to files is which partition or which directories where you're looking for. Then the second part is -type. This is the type, and F is the option, which stands for look for files. And then the third part is the name, which is telling the command that actually use these names. So in this case, as an example, we're using *.jpg, JPEG files. So any files that has extension of JPG will be found and deleted in the above command. Then the fourth part is -mtime, which gets us how many days the file is there for, and then will be deleted. So in this example, it's +30 is for files older than 30 days. So we're looking for files that are older than 30 days. Once we find them, what do you want to do? Fifth part, execute that. Execute what? Execute a command. Okay, what command? The command is rm, is to remove. Okay, now you want me to execute the command, which is rm. Where? I want you to execute those commands on the output of the result that came with that entire command. So anything that is in parentheses that you see, not parentheses, curly braces, gets the file list, and // close the command. So run the remove command on the output and close it. So this is how the exact command looks like. I will go into the system and we'll try that on the command. We'll try that command on different files. So if I am in my Linux machine, I am logged in as root.
you need to find, for example, you need to find files that are older than 30 days and you want to delete them. But of course, you do not know which files are those. So in the example we have identified it's .jpg. So what if you don't know that it's actually JPEG files? It's probably different files. It's probably video files, some other files. So in that case, what we will do is we'll run the command find path. Now for path, I will use just slash because we don't know where those 30 days old files are located. It could be anywhere. Now please remember this, if you are running this command and you're picking slash on a file system that is huge and large, then I would suggest not to use the entire file system. Use directories like etc or var, stuff like that. But if you have a smaller file system like I have, which is only 10 gig, then you could use the entire slash root directory. So path is root directory, dash type is to file, and F for file, and in the name, at this time I'm picking all the files, so I don't have any specific names, just pick every file. M time plus 30 days execute. Now I do not want to delete anything that is older because there could be system files that are older than that, right? So you don't want to delete that. So I don't want to run rm command. What I'll do is I'm telling it to run ls-l on those. Like show me what those files are. And do it on which? On the output. And just close the command. So let's run the command and hit enter, and you'll see these are all the commands that are these are all the files or folders that are out there that is older than 30 days. So if you know that you have files in, let's say, let me move this up. If you have files in a var directory, let's say in var, and that the file that you want to get rid of older than 30 days. So let's first find out what are those files. This I picked the wrong name, not VAT, it's VAR. And now when I run that command, you'll see I still have so many of them that is older. So I could be more specific too. I could be /var/log because I wanted to delete the log files that are older than 30 days. There you are. So now it is listing all those files that are older than 30 days. Now I could also do is, instead of 30 days, I could put 60 days. And I don't have anything in 60. Anyway, if I wanted to delete anything older than 30 days, I would put in my same command 30 days, and instead of ls-l, I'll do rm, and then it will delete all of them. If you want to automate them, you could put that in your cron job. By the way, as I said, I have included another video in the later sections where you will find how you could create a script. So this is one of the troubleshooting, one of the issues people see, that they do see that when they actually run a df-h command, they do see that their disk space is high, 92 or 100, and then they start to look for files that they could delete so they could free up that space. And one of the, of course, the best option to free up is to delete files. But of course, what do you know if you do not know which file to delete? Then the best way is to find them and delete them, or as I explained previously, you could use du- command to find out where exactly those files are that's taking up a lot of space. Hello everyone, and welcome to our lab setup section. This is a section where we are going to actually set up our lab. A lab is where we are going to perform our certain troubleshooting tasks, because this training is all about troubleshooting, right? And we need some type of operating system, specifically Linux, where we could perform troubleshootings. So how we are going to set up a lab? So this is what I'm going to cover in this section. The first thing we will do is we will cover the virtual environment. What exactly a virtual environment is, how a virtual machine runs on a physical machine, how multiple virtual machines can run on one physical machine. Then I will cover the Oracle VirtualBox, meaning there are so many other virtualization technology, for example, VMware, Microsoft Hyper-V, Citrix virtualization, Red Hat virtualization, there are so many of them. I am picking Oracle VirtualBox because it's very simple, straightforward. If you prefer any other virtualization technology, please be my guest to use that. Then the next topic we'll cover is about installing Oracle VirtualBox. I will take you to the website of Oracle VirtualBox. We will together download the software. Once the download is completed, we'll go through the installation and the configuration of Oracle VirtualBox. That Oracle VirtualBox will allow us to give us a platform where we could run virtual machines. So the first next step would be is to create our first virtual machine once we have the Oracle VirtualBox set up. That virtual machine will be set up for our Linux environment. So the next step would be is to install Linux on that virtual machine. And the Linux that I have picked, the flavor of the Linux is CentOS. Now CentOS is similar to Red Hat, and Red Hat has the biggest market share in corporate environment. That is why I am picking Red Hat or CentOS operating system for this entire training session. So, one thing I do want to mention, if you already have a lab setup, or if you already have a machine, a virtual machine, or physical machine that is running Linux, whether it is Ubuntu, CentOS, SUSE, or any other, and that you want to prefer to use it for this entire training session, then just simply skip this section because you don't need to set up the lab, you don't need to set up the Oracle VirtualBox, you already have a Linux machine. If you do not, then simply go through all these steps and let's get started.
In this video, we will go through our lab designing, the lab that we need to practice all the videos and lectures throughout this course. So we have two options to design our lab. Option one is that you have a computer, a desktop or a laptop at home. That computer could either be running Windows operating system or Mac operating system. Then what do? You install a virtualization of software on it. So this way you don't have to lose the main host operating system that is right now running on your computer. The virtualization software allows you to run a multiple operating system on top of your main operating system. So the virtualization software, there are many of them. The main two ones are VMware Player and Oracle VirtualBox. These are the two free virtualization software that you could use to set up your lab. Once you have any one of those two downloaded and installed, then we'll go ahead and create our virtual machine on it. That virtual machine will allow us to create and install our Linux operating system on top of that. So that's our simple first option. The second option that you could use is the same way that you have a desktop or a laptop at home running Windows or Mac. And then instead of installing a virtualization software on your computer, you could actually create an account on one of the cloud services that are out there. The cloud services could be either AWS or Google Cloud or any of the cloud services that could give you a free account or free access to create virtual machines with the resources that you need. So once you have that, then we should follow the same way. We'll create a virtual machine on cloud services, and then we will install the Linux operating system over that virtual machine. So these are the two options you have. You could pick either one for this course, and any of the one will work. But for if you wanted to follow exactly step by step that I'm going through, that I'm going to pick option one. But I have provided instructions for every steps that I have listed here.
What is Oracle VirtualBox? And of course, why do we need to know about VirtualBox? Well, for this course, you do need to install CentOS Linux operating system on your computer, and there are two ways you could install it. One, you could remove the existing operating system that you have on your computer, or you could install VirtualBox on top of your existing Windows operating system or Mac, and then you could install CentOS, so this way you won't lose anything. So basically, VirtualBox is a free and open source hypervisor for x86 computers currently being developed by Oracle Corporation. It installs on your existing Intel or AMD based computers, whether they are running Windows, Mac, Linux, or Solaris. It extends the capabilities of your existing computer so that it can run multiple operating systems on one hardware at the same time. Let's see how it works. So you have the hardware layer, and then on top of it you install the operating system. Of course, it could be any one you have that is Windows or Mac. And then you install Oracle VirtualBox. It's just a program, a software that you install on your machine like any other software that you would install. Once you have installed Oracle VirtualBox, then you could install Linux on it as a separate small version of operating system. You could have Windows on it, or you could have Mac on it. So this VirtualBox allows you to have multiple operating system on the same hardware. In this lecture, we are going to cover the Oracle VirtualBox. We will go through the download and the installation of VirtualBox. Now, as I said previously, the Oracle VirtualBox is is a virtual environment which allows you to run a multiple operating system on the same hardware. There are other virtual platform that is available out there that you could use. You don't have to go with VirtualBox if you don't like it. You could use VMware Player, VMware Player Workstation, as well as other open source virtual environment. But anyway, I would prefer if you stick with Oracle VirtualBox, so this way we could go through the course together. Alright, so I will go open up my Firefox browser so I could download the VirtualBox software. You could use any browser you like. Then I'm going to the Google page, and in the Google page I'm searching for Oracle VirtualBox. When you click on it, you're going to see the first link as Oracle VM VirtualBox. So you could click on it and then go to download, or you could go straight to the download page. Alright, on the download page, you're going to see the section where it says VirtualBox version platform packages. Now, depending on when you are downloading this VirtualBox, the version will be higher, maybe 1, 2, or whichever the version at that time you're downloading. It doesn't matter. Don't be confused. Oh, the one I am showing you is 6.0 and the one you are seeing is a different version. Basically, what we want at the end is a virtual platform that we could run our guest instances or guest operating system on it. Anyway, if you are using the Windows as your main host where you will run the Linux CentOS as a VM, then pick Windows host. If you are using OS X host, meaning if you are using Apple, then you could use this one. For Linux, for Solaris, for other operating systems, you could pick depending on your requirement of your actual operating system. Go ahead and click on Windows host because I am running Windows host, and that's where I'm going to run my VirtualBox. Now here it is asking me to save the file, and you could click, but I'm not going to click to save the file because I have already saved it to save some time. So if you have not saved it previously, so go ahead and click on this, and it will ask you to the location to save it. So I'm going to cancel it since, as I said, I have already saved it. Alright, I have my VirtualBox executable saved on my desktop, and here is the executable. All I have to do is go ahead and double click so it could start the installation. So once you double click on it, it will ask you, do you want to run this file? Click on run. Okay, now the wizard has started. It says, Welcome to the Oracle VM VirtualBox 6.0.14 setup wizard. The setup wizard will install Oracle VM VirtualBox on your computer. Click Next to continue or cancel to exit the setup wizard. Go ahead and click Next. Select the way you want features to be installed. So by default, the VirtualBox application has been selected, and the other features that comes with it, I'm going to leave everything at default. And it also tells you the version installing the feature requires 227 megabyte that you should have on your disk. So go ahead and click Next. Please choose from the options below. Create start menu entry, create a shortcut on desktop, create a shortcut on quick launch bar, register file association. I like them all, leave them default, except I don't like create a shortcut in quick launch bar. So I'm going to uncheck it. Again, that's my preference. You could leave all of them selected. Click Next. Network warning network interface. Installing the Oracle VM VirtualBox networking feature will reset your network connection and temporarily disconnect you from the network. Proceed with installation. So that's fine. So make sure you are not connected to the internet, or if you are, make sure you're not doing any type of work that you will lose. So go ahead and click yes, and click install to begin the installation. Install. I am going to fast forward at this part because I don't want you to wait. I don't want to waste your time. So I'm going to just simply fast forward. Okay, so the Oracle VM VirtualBox installation is complete. Um, you can leave the check mark so it'll start it back up, and you could click on Finish. Congratulations, you have completed the download and the installation of Oracle VirtualBox. Now the next step is to create a test virtual machine, and then of course we will go ahead and do the actual operating system install on that virtual machine.
Hello everyone. In this video, I will show you how to create a virtual machine. Now, before we get into creating it, let's first understand what is a virtual machine. As per Wikipedia, a virtual machine, or in short, VM, is the virtualization or emulation of a computer system. Virtual machines are based on computer architectures and provide the functionality of a physical computer. Now, let's put it in simple words. A virtual machine is a program on your computer that acts as if it were a completely separate computer. You can run different operating systems, software, and applications on that virtual machine while using your main computer as normal. It's like having a computer inside of your computer, allowing you to do different things at the same time. It's just that simple. Now, one thing please do remember that a virtual machine is referred as a guest, and the main computer where it runs on is called a host. So, again, in this video, we are going to go through starting up our Oracle VirtualBox application, and we'll create a new virtual machine. Now, think of creating a new virtual machines as if just like you are visioning HP or Dell manufacture. They manufacture computer, and while it's going through the manufacture process, it goes through an assembly line where the technicians or people who are working at the assembly line are actually putting in CPU, the other person put in memory, then they add a hard disk, then they add network cards, the motherboard, and so on. They put the whole thing together and it becomes one computer. Now, just like that, that person, those people who are assembly on the assembly line, now you are now taking over that role and you're creating a virtual machine. So, in this virtual machine creation, You have a computer, for example, and in that computer, you're gonna actually, I mean, not actually, but virtually, you will be adding a CPU to it. You will be adding a memory, adding a hard disk, or you'll be adding a network card. And all of that will be done on the virtualization software. And think of yourself as an engineer who are putting all these things together. All right. Now let's get the fun part begin. Now I'm gonna start up my Oracle VirtualBox. I'll go into my programs and type Oracle VM VirtualBox and let's start it up. Okay, so this is the Oracle VM VirtualBox portal or application. And now we'll go ahead and click on New. And here we're gonna type a Linux lab because we will be installing a Linux operating system, so it's better that we go with the similar name so we could recognize it easily. Then the folder, this is a default folder of the Linux machine or this virtual machine where all the files will be saved. We'll leave that as is. The next one is ISO image. Now, if you have already downloaded the Linux ISO image, then you could go ahead and click on drop down and then select where is it downloaded. Now, since we do not have the downloaded image yet, which we will do in the next video, so we will leave that as is. Now look at that. This Oracle VirtualBox is smart enough that it picked the type for you, Linux, because it recognized from the name Linux that I am installing Linux operating system on it. So if you are going to do, let's say, Windows, then you could, of course, change it if you want. Here you have Microsoft Windows, and then you will select whatever the version of Windows. But now, of course, our main topic or focus is Linux, so we'll go ahead and select a Linux, and we leave the version as the default version that it has selected as 64-bit. Okay, beautiful. Next one is unattended install. Now, if you wanted to install the Linux operating system unattended, then you will configure this part. But we are not doing that, so we will leave that as is. Then let's go to hardware. Hardware, here we have base memory, which is the RAM of your computer. Now, again, you are the person who are going to put in all these peripherals in that virtual machine. So we want 2 gig, so we will slide this to the right, so it will 1024 can become 12048, which is equal to 2 gig. Okay, processor, we just need one. That's perfectly fine. Now let's go to hard disk. Hard disk right here, create a virtual hard disk now. Yes, that's what we want. And the name of the hard disk will be the same name as the name of your VM.vdi. Okay, leave that as default. The size it selected is 8. Let's change it to 2020 gig. Okay, now you're probably thinking, why am I going with 20 gig? Why not 40? Why not 60? Or why not 8? Well, first of all, the version of Linux operating system we are going with, the latest one, requires at least 20 gig. The older versions of Linux maybe require lesser disk space, but this one requires at least 20. Now, you could go with higher if you want, if you have more disk space and you're going to be doing a lot of work in the Linux machine. I don't mind. You could go with 40, 60, or even 100. Okay, knock yourself out. Okay, then this second option is use an existing virtual hard disk file. So if you already have had created a VM before and you wanted to attach its disk to this VM, you could do that by selecting this option. Now, if you do not want to create a virtual disk at all, then you could select this option. But of course, we do want to install operating system and it needs disk for it, so give we'll go with the first option. All right, now go ahead and click finish. Okay, now you'll see this is the virtual machine we created, and on the right hand side, all the specification that we have in this configure in this virtual machine. General just give you the information about the name operating system. The system one gives you the memory of that we have assigned to this virtual machine. I also give you the information about the CPU and all that stuff. Then storage, we pick 20 gig. It's right here. Audio, leave it default. Network. So network right now is telling you that it's a NAT, which is only the communication between your virtual machine and your main host computer. We want this virtual machine to go out on the internet. So for that purpose, we will change it to, let's go to setting and go to network, and from NAT to bridge adapter. This one will allow you to go to the internet. Now, of course, for this course, you don't need to go to the internet. That's fine. But if you want to, then you will change to bridge adapter. Otherwise, you could leave it as a NAT as it was. Okay, click OK. USB, leave a default. Shared folder, description, leave everything as is. Now you have completed the virtual machine creation. Congratulations. All right, the next step is that we will download the Linux operating system ISO image, and we will attach that ISO image to this virtual machine so we could go through the installation. I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we will cover the download and installation of Linux operating system. The flavor is CentOS 9 Stream. Now, if you wanted to go with the CentOS version 8 or 7, then you could just simply go back. I have included in this course the installation of CentOS 8 and 7. All right, so if you decided that you wanted to go with CentOS version 9 Stream, then stick around. So what I'm going to cover, we will create a virtual machine, we'll download CentOS 9 Stream ISO, and we will install CentOS 9 Stream. So going back to our lab diagram, we have our laptop or desktop running either Windows or Mac OS. We have installed virtualization software, VMware Player or Oracle VirtualBox. Once again, I am going with Oracle VirtualBox throughout this course. If you want to go with VMware Player, that is perfectly fine. All right, now what we will do is we will go ahead and create a virtual machine on our virtualization software, and then we will download a CentOS 9 Stream ISO image, and then of course, then what we will do, we'll install the Linux operating system on top of that virtual machine. And what is the version of Linux? Yes, that would be CentOS version 9 Stream. All right, so the very first thing is we have to download, so we have to create a virtual machine. So let's go to our Oracle VirtualBox. And here you have all the virtual machines that you created earlier. That's fine. You could ignore that. Click New and put in CentOS 9 Stream. And type Linux, leave it default. I want you to change the version from Red Hat to right here up here where it says Linux 2.6, 3.x, 4.x, 64-bit. Yes. Click on that. Click Next. Now is the memory, which is 1 gig. Leave it default. Next. All right, recommended size of the hard disk 8 gig. We'll change that in the next step. Click Create. Hard disk file type VDI, leave it default. Storage on physical disk dynamically allocated, leave it default. Click Next. Now change the disk size from 8 gig to 20 gig or 30 gig or 50 gig, whatever the disk space that you wanted to specify. Click Create. Okay, now the virtual machine has been created. One more thing you have to do, go to Settings, go to Network, and from attached to NAT, change it to bridge adapter, which will allow us to connect to the internet. Click OK. All right, so now our virtual machine is created. What's the next step? The next step is to download CentOS 9 Stream ISO image, and that we have to download from their website. So let's go to your favorite browser. I'm going to go to Firefox. And let's go to your search engine and type download CentOS 9 and click on the first link and click on CentOS Stream, and by default it'll give you the 9 version. Click on x86 underscore 64 for 64-bit operating systems. It will start to download. This download could take anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes depending on your network speed. I have already downloaded this earlier to save some time. If you are downloading it for the first time, pause the video and let's come back once you have it fully downloaded. All right, so let's assume you have it downloaded and you put it on your desktop. All right, so let's go to our virtual machine that we created earlier. Right here, CentOS 9 stream. Go ahead and click on Start. All right, it will ask you if you have the DVD, the media inserted into the DVD drive, which we don't. We have an ISO image. So we'll pick this option, which is the folder option. And here you could go to Add, click on Add. These are the few ones that I attached earlier. If you don't see them, don't worry about it. Just click on Add and go to the location where you have CentOS Stream 9 downloaded. So I have it downloaded right here on my desktop. Click on it and click Open. And here you could click on Choose. Once it is done, then click on Start. Now this is going to start. It has already attached the CentOS Stream 9 and it has already started. So right here you'll see two options: install CentOS Stream 9 or test this media. So click inside and hit up arrow key and hit enter to start the installation. Now if you want to release your mouse, right now your mouse is trapped inside the window. If you want to release, just simply click on the right control key, which will release your mouse. Now, this was the installation of CentOS 9 Stream on Oracle VirtualBox. If you are doing it on VMware Workstation, simply go to VMware Workstation, and here you could create a new virtual machine real quickly. I will install the operating system later. Linux, it's not 7, and this time we're doing 9. So if you don't see the 9 version on this, that's fine. You could pick the generic one, which is Linux or other Linux 5.x kernel 64-bit. Select this one, click Next. The name, let's pick CentOS 9. Next. The disk size, let's pick 20. Store virtual disk as a single file, click Next. Customize the hardware if you want to change anything. Yes, we want to. So instead of 768, we wanted to put it 1024, which is 1 gig of memory. Then processor, you don't need 2, you could change it to 1, that's fine. Then network adapter, you need bridge adapter. Good. And everything looks good. Click close and click finish. Once that is done, now I want you to go back again, right click and edit setting. And here you could go to CD DVD and click here use ISO image, browse, and then go to your location of your CentOS stream, attach, open, and it will start the installation process. And it will come to the page just like what I have here. So let's cancel it. Let's cancel it. Just what I have it here. All right, so let's see you have done both Oracle VirtualBox or if you're going with VMware Workstation. Let's minimize this in the back. Let's close these little notifications. All right, welcome to CentOS Stream 9. This is the region, the language, location. It will pick by default where you are. Click continue. All right, keyboard is English US. Installation source, local media. That's fine. Installation destination. Let's click on it and it will pick the 20 gig. Already selected it. That's fine. Good. Just click done. Language support, English, United States. Software installation, server with GUI. Yes, you want the software, the installation to have a GUI as well. Kdump. This is the kernel dump. In case kernel crashes, it will dump or the logs. Do you want it enabled? Yes. Date and time, America, New York. I am in New York, so it is picking it based on my location. It's tracing that. Network and host name. Let's click on that. And the host name, you could pick my Linux VM and click apply. As soon as you click apply, you'll see this will change from localhost to the name that you are typing. All right, it's applied. Good. Ethernet, make sure it is on, it is connected. It will give an IP. Perfect. Click done. All right, now security profile, leave it as is. Root password. This is the password. The root is the most powerful user on your system, just like an administrator on your system. So put in the password that you will remember, please. Confirm. All right. Lock root account? No. Allow root SSH login with password? Yes. Pick this one. And it says the password fails the dictionary. It is based on a dictionary word. You will have to press done twice to confirm. Okay, I want to keep it weak. It's okay if it's based on dictionary. So in order for me to have this installation to take that password, I have to click done twice. One, two. All right, so that is done. Now let's go ahead and click on begin installation. All right, so this is going to create the file system and it is going to create the partitions, the swap space, all that we defined with automatic configuration. Then it will gather all the packages that it needs to install. Then it will go to the package installation, followed by the post installation configuration. Now this could take anywhere from 10 minutes to 30 minutes, depending on the speed of your system. So once the installation is completed, and I will fast forward from this point, I'll see you when it's done. Okay, so installation has been completed. Go ahead and click on Reboot System. All right, so now the system is back online. You could close this notification, and this is asking for a setup. Welcome to CentOS Stream 9 setup will guide you through making an account and enabling some features that will help, which will have you up and running in no time. Let's click on Start Setup. Location services, you could leave it disabled. Click Next. Connect your online accounts. If you have it, connect it. If not, just simply skip it. All right, let's create an account. That is a regular account. So put in your full name. So I'm going to put mine, which is Imran Afzal. And the username, it is picking my first name and last name, but I wanted to change it to my first name initial and last name, full last name. All right, and then let's go ahead and click on next. Password. You could pick the same password as you created for root, or if you're picking a new one, please remember that as well. All right, click next. Password is weak. That's fine. You could change it to strong. I would recommend that if you're doing that in production. All right, setup is complete. Start using CentOS Stream. Beautiful. All right, welcome to CentOS Stream. If you want to learn your way around, check out the tour. If you want to take a tour, please go ahead and take it if you're using it for the first time. But for the lab purpose, we'll just say no thanks. So right here is our desktop. You could go to activities and click right here, this little icon. This is for the terminal. This is going to go open up our terminal, which we will be using to run the commands, all the Linux commands, and learn everything that we need to know about Linux. All right, so this completes our installation for CentOS 9 Stream. Congratulations. Cannot cd or change directory into a directory, meaning when you're trying to run the command cd and you're trying to go to another directory, that's where you are having an issue or you're getting an error message. So why is that? And that is what we're going to troubleshoot today in this
in this lecture. So there are few steps that we could take to actually isolate these type of issues. And when you cannot get into a directory, of course, there are a few things you need to check, a few things to keep in mind, and those are the things I wanted to list today. So first thing first, directory does not exist. It's just that simple. So you are trying to cd into a directory or a folder, but you cannot, and the error message that you're getting is directory does not exist. Try to read that message, the output, the error, what it is saying to you. It's saying the directory does not exist. So either you are not, you actually have an incorrect spelling of the directory. You finger type, you fat fingered it, or it simply just does not exist, or somehow it does not exist in the right directory where you are. So first thing is how we could tell if the directory not exists. So let me log into my machine. I have a machine right here. Now I am logged in as myself, root, sorry. I am in which directory? I do pwd. I am in /root directory. Here in this directory, I will create a new directory and I will call it Seinfeld. Okay. So now when I do ls-ltr, I will see the directory it is created with the name Seinfeld. Now, if I'm trying to cd into that directory, Seinfeld, why am I getting this no such file or directory? That is the most common issue people will see, and they get confused. Oh my God, why? Where did the directory go? But you need to understand, relax, and see what the problem is. If you notice, I typed uppercase S, whereas the directory that I created is with lowercase s. Now in Linux or Unix environment, uppercase and lowercase matters a lot. So keep that in mind. So the Seinfeld with uppercase directory does not exist. That is why you are having issues with logging in or cd into this system or into the directory. Now next thing is absolute versus relative path. When you're trying to cd into a directory, many times you have a path given and you put the path in, but it doesn't work. Or you are trying to cd into through a relative path. You need to know where that folder is. Let's get into my Linux machine again. Let's clear the screen. So we do have a directory that we created, which is Seinfeld. Now I want to cd into this Seinfeld directory. I'll hit enter. There's nothing in that directory because it's empty. In the Seinfeld directory, I will create another directory called Jerry. And I'll create another directory called Kramer. So now, inside of Seinfeld, I have two directories, Jerry and Kramer. And if I go into Jerry directory, and I'll do pwd, you will see the entire path of this directory is root/Seinfeld/Jerry. So that is one of the things that you will experience when you try to cd into a directory, when you are missing a subfolder or subdirectory in the absolute path. This entire path, if you're trying to cd into this entire path, it will work. It is going in. But if you are missing, let's say if you're missing one directory, let's say root and Jerry, you know that you created a Jerry, but you just couldn't keep track of where that directory go. You hit enter and says no such file or directory. Now you are back to the equation 1 where we were talked about directory does not exist. You need to relax. You need to see where that directory was created. Anyway, so make sure your absolute path is correct. When you come to relative path is when you cd in, let's say if I'm in cd slash, and when I do pwd, you will see I am in slash directory. I could go straight to Jerry directory the way I did it before, which is cd/root/Seinfeld and /Jerry, and I will go straight into the directory. But If you cannot get in and you're trying to troubleshoot where that directory exists, then I would recommend you that you go one step at a time. Like you are climbing up the stairs. Don't just try to jump 3 stairs up. Go one step at a time. So for that, you will do cd/root. Now here you need to do ls-l and see if there is a folder or a directory in the listing that says Jerry. Does it? No, right? So it means it's not there. So try to see where that directory is. Then you'll go into another folder that is called Seinfeld. You are in the Seinfeld, do ls-l again, and now there it is, the directory called Jerry or Kramer, wherever you want it to go. And that's how you are ending up with the directory Jerry. Another common mistake people make, which is going through the relative path but specifying absolute path. What does it mean? Let's check. So if I'm cd into slash, this is my main primary, the root very first directory of the system. Now I wanted to go into /root directory. Okay, I am in /root directory. It says I am in /root, and I'll do ls-l, and I do see that there is a directory called Seinfeld. I wanted to cd into this directory, but many times the mistakes that people make is they do cd/Seinfeld. And when you hit enter, you get the same message, no such file or directory. Why is that? Because you are telling Linux operating system that this /Seinfeld is actually located at the root level, meaning at this level. It is not located at the root level. It is located under /root directory. So if you're going to specify slash, then the system is going to think that you are trying to find that Seinfeld directory in this /root. And when you do ls-l, you'll see there is no Seinfeld. So make sure you need to know where you are using slash and where you are not. So that is why that's a common mistake people make when they do absolute path versus relative path. Next one, we have permissions. Of course, this is also very common when you are trying to cd into a directory and you cannot because you do not have permissions. Let me explain you permissions first. If you have not if you do not have quite a bit understanding of permissions, that is fine. I'm here to help you, so I'm going to explain you the permission part in detail. The permission of a file or a directory is divided into 3 different groups. One that you see on the left hand side, which has 4 bits. By the way, these dashes are referred as bits. Then this is a section which is divided for group, and this is a section for other. Now, the first bit is actually the one that defines what type of file it is, whether it is a file, it is a directory, it's a link, it's a socket file, anything, any type of file, or it's what's the function of a file. It's all defined with the first attribute. If you see a D here on the first one, then it means it's a directory. Then only then you could go in. Second bit is about read. So if you have read permission on the directory, then can you get in? No. Read permission on a directory means you could still get in if you have executable, but you cannot write anything. So this is the read. Third bit is about the write, and the third one is about execute. Same way it goes for the first part that I just explained you is about the you. The second is for the group. The first one is you, meaning is yourself, that you are the owner of that directory. Now don't confuse this U with the last O, because a lot of people confuse U as user with O as the owner. No, O stands for others. Anyway, so second set of permissions, again, read, write, execute. Then the third one is for everyone else, read, write, execute. These are the permissions about every file or directory that we create. So let's go into our machine, and you will see here I'm gonna go into /root ls-ltr to see my Seinfeld directory, and you notice in the Seinfeld directory we have these permissions. If you do not have D in front of a directory, it means it's not a directory. No matter how many times you try to cd into it, it's not gonna work. Then you're gonna see is read, write, and execute, these 3 bits. It means the user, who is root, can have read and write and execute permission. When you say read, it means the user can read the content inside of the directory. When you have write, it means the user can actually write or create files inside of this folder. And when you have X, it means the user can actually go into the directory. Now this is very important. You need to know this. If you do not have this little bit right here, execute, then you cannot cd into a directory. So make sure whichever group you are, whoever the user you are, you should have executable permissions to cd into the directory. Sometimes people confuse that with the read permission. Read and execute is not the same. Read allows you to cd into a directory, whereas this R allows you to read the content. If you do not have R, then you could still cd into a directory, but when you're gonna run ls-l, it's gonna say you don't have permission to view the content of the directory. So you got it? Hopefully you do. Then the second step is from here, r-x. This is for everybody else, meaning not sorry everybody. This is for group. Right now the user is root, the group is root. These are the 2 columns, who owns and who actually, which group they are in. So the group permissions, you could actually read the content, you could cd into the directory, but you cannot create any file or directory. The last one is the same for everyone else. You could read the content and you could cd into the directory, but you cannot create anything in it. So make sure you have that permission. So if I'm going to take out the permission of others of Seinfeld, so now what I'm saying is only root and its group can get into Seinfeld, everybody else cannot. And you do ls-ltr, you will see that the little x is gone. Now if I become myself, which is IFSol. Now if I try to go to root, permission denied. Oh, even root doesn't have permission for me to come in. So let me go to / and I'll do ls-ltr on root. Where's root? Oh, right here. You see, at the root level I'm not allowed to come in. Forget the Seinfeld level. So make sure this executable exists. So let's go back as root. So this time I'm going to give permission for everyone to have to cd into root. Now I'm in. Now this one has a full directory Seinfeld, and I have taken out executable. Now I'm going to give it back the executable. By the way, this is the command change mod. I am hoping and I'm assuming everybody knows this is the command to assign or remove the permission of a file or directory. So now I'll do ls-ltr and you see the permissions are granted to cd into it. I still cannot create any file. What if I remove R? Change mod, others, remove R, sign fill. So now when you do ls-ltr, you notice I do not have read permission. So now if I go into the sign file directory, and you see I could view the content of Jerry and Kramer because I'm root. What if I become ifzol? And now I go to cd into /root, and I'll do ls-l. I cannot view the contents of /root. Why? Because at the root level, right here, see, right here, no one other than root or its group is allowed to come in, create, or read the content. That's why you're getting the permission denied, or you're seeing cannot open directory. You could still cd into it. Why you could cd into it? Because we have given the executable, if you remember right here, let's go cd/, where is root? This is root. If you notice, we have given the permission to come in. Anybody could come into root, but they cannot view the content because they don't have a read permissions. Anyway, so that's another reason why you cannot cd into the directory. Next reason, file type. This is, I already talked about it. If a file or directory does not have a D in front of it, then it's not a file. Sorry, then it's not a directory. So if I am in my home directory, home ifzol, and I create a file called touch Elaine. So if I try to do cd Elaine, what will happen? It will say it's not a directory. Why? Because when you do ls-ltr, you'll see there is no D in front of it. So that's the file type I'm talking about. Make sure the file type is correct. The next one is parent directory permission. We have already covered that. When you do not have a correct permissions, let's say on the /root, no matter how many permissions you have after the /root, it does not matter. It's just the front main door is locked, so you cannot go to the bedroom door. So that's why make sure the parent directory has a proper permission. And the last one is the hidden directories. Many times people also make a mistake of a hidden directories, meaning you create a file or directory, let's say mkdir, and I will make directory .simpson, and I do ls-ltr, and you notice there is no Simpson. But someone tells you, hey, go to this directory, and they actually miss out the dot, because the dot is something that makes it hidden. So you will have to do ls-la to show all hidden files. And in the hidden file, you'll see there's a Simpson directory. Now you could do into cd.simpson, and then now you are in. So make sure the directory you're trying to come into is not hidden. So these are the few pointers I want you to keep in mind. If you go through every step of these troubleshooting steps, I'm pretty sure you will be able to resolve your issue. Moving on to the file level, cannot open a file or run a script. This is very, very similar to the directory lecture that we covered. So I'm going to go over the same pointers and point out a few different things from those troubleshooting steps. So the first steps that we covered in the last time as well is if the directory does not exist. Same way here, if the file does not exist, then of course you cannot open the file or you cannot run the script. However, one thing I do wanted to distinguish here from the directory is, right here. Let me just make this bigger again. Okay. So you have a file. Let's say I am in my home directory, and I create a file called touch, and I will make it Homer. This file is there, ls-ltr. The file is there. Now, when you say you cannot open a file or run a script, There are a few things people actually get trapped into. One is when they do, let's say, cat Homer, and they get the prompt back, and they say, I just ran that command, but file didn't open. Why? Because the file content is 0. There is nothing in the file. Right here, you notice it's 0. There is nothing inside the file. I could create something inside the file, vi Homer, and I say Homer is a Simpsons character. Right? Now when I do cat Homer, now you see it is opening the file with the text that I typed in. So one thing is, first make sure the file does not exist. That means the file is there. It has to exist. So second is make sure the file content is there. So you're not just catting out a file that has no content and then you are just, pulling your hair out and just trying to see why there's nothing in the file. So that could be one of the reasons. Second reason is you're probably not using the command right, meaning you're probably using, I have seen people using cat Homer, and it says, I cannot open the file. So one more thing as a troubleshooting, when you are troubleshooting issues like that, make sure you read your output. What error message are you getting? It says bash, which is because it's the command that we ran is a bash. The bash shell is saying that cat with E command not found, meaning it does not exist. So however, it did give us something similar command. It's smart. It says try that command. So make sure you're using the correct command. There are other commands that you could use to view the file, which is more Homer, which is also another one, less Homer, and it tells you at the end. And then you also have a VI to view a file, which will actually take you to the VI editor. Anyway, so these are the few things. So make sure the file exists. Second thing we talked about, absolute path versus relative path. The same concept applies here. When you are editing a file using absolute path, make sure the path is correct. And if you are going through the relative path, make sure you are not putting a file like slash Homer, because that would tell the system that the file exists in slash Homer. Well, in fact, it exists in slash home slash ifsolve slash Homer. So if I do cat slash Homer, what will happen? You think it will open? It will say command or no such file or directory, because that Homer file does not exist in slash. Here, what exists in slash? You do cd slash to ls-l, and you'll see all those directories that are at the root level. And our Homer file exists where? Just hit cd, hit enter. pwd, our Homer file exists in slash home slash ifsolve, and you see it's there. Next thing is about the permission. We have talked about it in detail about the permission, 3 type of permission, the file type, read, write, executable. At the user level, group level, we have read, write, executable, and everything else or other, read, write, executable. If you are trying to modify a file, or if you're trying to open a file, if the file does not have a read permission, meaning these read, make sure now this time, because we are trying to view, so make sure the file has read permission. Read. You could read it, but if a file does not have W permission, W and W, it means you cannot write to the file. Now, what about the X and X and X? If you do not have X and X and X, then it means the file is just a simple file. If a file is a script, only then you will have the executable, executable, and executable. So if you're trying to run a script and that does not have executable, it will tell you it's not a script. So let's take a look, and let's say if I'm trying to run Homer. So I'm trying to run Homer and it says permission denied. Why? Because the Homer file does not have executable. Also, if you notice, I used /Homer because every time you need to run a script, you have to specify its path. Otherwise, the script won't run. If I am running this script, let's say I am going to create a script Homer, and I'm just gonna VI it, and people who are familiar with the scripting, you know everything in the script starts with a shell, so I have specified the shell, and I'm just gonna do echo Homer is a Simpson character. Now the script is created. Every time you create a script, you have to give it a proper permission. So you do change mod a plus x, meaning give everybody an executable permission of Homer. So now do ls minus ltr, and now you see color has changed and it has been given the executable permission, which shows now this file is not a plain text file anymore. Now it's an executable file, which means it's a script. So now we need to run the script. Now pay close attention here. People who create a script and when they run it, they will just run the script with its name by typing its name, so Homer, and hit enter, and it says command not found. Now that's where the problem starts. They think, oh my god, we have created the script Homer. They do ls minus ltr, they'll look at it, they're like, oh my god, the script is there, then why it's saying command not found? Because every time you run a script in Linux that is not defined in your shell path, then you have to specify the whole path, either absolute path or relative path. If you type, because we are in /home/ifzol directory, so if I type /home/ifzol/homer, only this time it will work. When I hit enter, you see it's saying Homer is Simpson character. So if you do not want to specify the entire path, which is absolute path, then what do? You just type /Homer. This is telling the system, the operating system, that you need to run the script from the existing directory which I am in. Now when you run it, then it will give you what you're looking for. So absolute path, relative path, permissions are very important when you are trying to open a file or run a script. Next one is file type. If you are trying to open a file, let's say Homer, and Homer is a directory, then what do you think will happen? It will say it's not a file, it's a directory. So let's say I have a directory here called music, because as you notice it has D in front of it. If I don't do cd music, instead I do cat music, then what happens? It says music is a directory. So make sure you are looking at the file type correctly. And the last one is the hidden directories. Sorry, I was supposed to change that to hidden files. So I think you got my point anyway. So I'll go into the file, make sure Homer or Elaine is not hidden. If it's hidden, you could check by ls-la. And you notice there are few hidden files. As you can see, the .bashrc is a hidden file. And when you do ls-l, that is why that .bashrc doesn't show. So specify the dot and then you run it. So here again, once again, here's a few pointers. Try to remember them when you're troubleshooting the issue like file cannot open or you cannot run a script. Having trouble finding files and directories. Yes, I've seen in the past many times we get into trouble where we try to search for a file and I can't find it. So you created a file and a year later you come back and you don't remember where it is. So you need to find it, right? So there are different commands and tools that are available in Linux that allows you to find files and directories. And to troubleshoot finding files and directories the right way, there are a few things you need to remember, and one of them is running the right command. And as I mentioned, there are some tools and commands that are given to us in Linux, and one of them is find. So if you are using the find command, not just find or where is find or anything like that, make sure you're running the right command, which is find, to find the file. Then the command syntax, that matters a lot. Find command is not very simple, meaning it's not like you run a find and then you put in the file name and it start looking. There is a syntax to it, so make sure you actually go through that syntax the correct way and to find files and directories. So I will show you real quick how we could use the find command to find files and directories. So this is my Linux machine. I am logging into the Linux machine. If I create a file, let's say I am in /root, and I create a file, I will call it Susan. When I do ls-ltr, I know the Susan file is in /root. So now going back to our scenario where we actually come back after a year and we don't know where we created the Susan file, because it's a whole big file system and Susan file could be anywhere. So to find that, let's say I am in /op directory and I thought the Susan's file was here, but it's not here. Now one way to do is I could go to every file, every directory in the system and do ls-ltr to see if it's there. But of course, it's very cumbersome. If your file system is huge, it will take you months and years to find the file. So that's why we have the tool called find. Now when we run the find command and do Susan, you see it says no such file or directory because it's trying to find in the existing directory. But you already know it's not in the existing directory because you did ls-ltr and you notice it's not there. So how can I search the entire file system so it could look for the file Susan? So the right path or the right syntax that you could use for find is find /. Now / is the reason I am choosing / is because everything starts from /. So I'm telling Linux file system, hey, go to / and start looking every file and folder from this point onward. Next thing in my command syntax, I'm putting -name. Is just a way to specifying that I am asking you to go and find for a file that's that has a name as Susan. Quote close. I could also specify, instead of name, I could specify the file type. Look for all the links that are out there. But I wanted to look for name, so that's how you specify it, and you hit enter. Okay, you notice the first thing you're always gonna get is this. Find /run/user 1000 GFS permission denied. A lot of students have asked me in the past that when they run this command they are getting permission denied, when the matter of fact they don't get the permission denied on their find command. The find command did find your file /root/Susan. This is a file system you could simply ignore. Why? I could tell you a lot about it, but for now I could tell you straight and simple answer that this is a file system that we don't actually build. We usually use a file system as extension for, but it's there. It comes up, it runs as a process which you do not have right to look for it, so simply ignore it. If you are trying to find something and you're putting in etc -name, if I run this command, you tell me, is it going to find the Susan file? The answer is no, because the Susan file does not exist in /etc. It exists in /root. So that's why it's not finding it. Why I didn't get that message this time, find this does not exist, is because it did not search the entire file system. This is the entire file system. So again, look for the file. Second thing I wanted to say is look for the correct name. If you do not remember the correct name, but you do remember that the file that you're trying to look for starts with sus, you could do sus and put an asterisk. It will look for all the files that starts with sus. I'm sorry, I should have removed etc. Now, you see it has found so many files that starts with sus. See, sushi, sushi.mo, sushi shell, sushi put, sushi start. Where is our file? Right here, right at the beginning it found it. /root/sushi. Okay, perfect. This is above find. Let's clear the screen. Let's go back. Next thing we have is additional commands for updates. And there's another command called locate. Locate is also a very powerful command that could help you find your files and folder. Let's go into our Linux machine again. And this time I'm gonna do is locate Susan. And it came back and didn't find it, but I know I created /root. Under /root I created Susan right here. Why it couldn't find it? Maybe I was not in the right path? No, that could not be it. But anyway, let's find it. Let's try to run it in the right path. It still cannot find it. Why? Because remember one thing about the locate command. Locate command has a database attached to it, which tells the locate command, hey, there is this file created. So just remember and just put that file, the new file, in your database. But that database is updated once a day. So either you could wait and come back tomorrow at the same time and run the locate command, and then you will see that it will find it. Or you could just simply type update db and hit enter. It will actually go out and look for all the new files that are out there that are created, and it will update its database. Now when you run the locate command with Susan, you will see it will find it. What does the update database do? If you wanted to find out more about it, you could do man on update db and hit enter, and it will tell you everything about the update database command. This update database command is specifically given or designed for locate command. So if you wanted to push or force your updates, you could do it by running that command. So remember to use update database. And only then you could find the commands or the files that you're looking for. File and directory exist, of course. If it does not exist, if a file does not exist, you cannot find it. So that's pretty much it about when someone is having trouble finding files and directories. Also, as an add-on to my last couple of lectures about cannot cd into a directory, or cannot find or cannot open a file, or cannot find a file, you could use this lecture as a troubleshooting add-on to that lecture. Why? Because if you are trying to cd into a directory and that directory does not exist, then you're better off running the find command or locate command to find out whether it actually exists or not. When you know it actually exists, then you could go ahead and cd into it. Cannot create links. We all have experienced that when we actually trying to create a link from one file to another, we get an error. So what exactly a link is? Well, in Windows terminology, link is more like a shortcut to a file. So if you have a file that is in um, A, then B, then C, and D directory, you need to go to that file by jumping from one directory to another to third and fourth, and then finally get to that file. What shortcut allows you to do is actually create a pointer, a shortcut to that same file, so you don't have to jump around from one directory to another. So same way in Linux world, a link is like a connection between a file name and its actual data on the disk. So when I say actual data on the disk is when you create a link in Linux, you are actually creating a pointer toward its inode. And I'm sure some of you already know what an inode is. And if you don't, you could definitely look it up online and you will find a lot of information about inode. So when you create a link, you're basically creating a link between the file of the destination and the inode of the source file. So that's about the link. Now there are two type of links that I know and everybody knows. One is a hard link and one is a symbolic link. I don't want to go into detail about telling you what the difference is. All I could tell you, hard link in a simple way is a link that if you delete it, it still exists. Where a symbolic link, if you delete the original file, it deletes the destination or target link. And there are some other differences as well. So if you want to know more about it, again, I will recommend you that you could look it up online. So before we getting into troubleshooting links, there are a few things that these things you need to know. That is why I'm going over them. Then getting into the real troubleshooting part is the command and syntax. Whenever we create a link, make sure you run the command ln, of course that's a command to create a link, space -s for symbolic, or if you are doing a hard link you don't have to specify the symbolic link. Then you have to put the source first. Remember, the source is the file or the directory that you want to link to, and then space followed by the target where you want to put the shortcut or the link between the file. So many times people, what they do is they run the command and they put the target first and then the source. So that's one of the biggest reason we get the error message saying file does not exist or cannot create file or links. So the actual complete path, an example that I could tell you when you are creating, let's say, symbolic link, which is also called a simple link or soft link. Sometimes people refer to these interchangeably. So the right command to run that is ln space -s for symbolic link slash, that's the actual source that you are trying to point to, meaning this file, like George, which exists in a home, IFZOL, Seinfeld, and George. It actually exists in this path, and you are trying to create a pointer or a link in temp, and you wanted to name that pointer as a GC. If you do not specify GC and you just leave it /temp, then it will take the same name as George and it will put that as a link name. There are also permission issues that you need to be aware of. If you do not have a read permission to a file, then of course you are not allowed to view or even access the file. So that is also another reason that you cannot create a link. Source or target file directory missing or does not exist. It's very trivial, but oftentimes we do miss that out, that the file or directory doesn't even exist and we are trying to create a link for it. So make sure when you're creating a link and when you're creating a link to a directory or a file, that source file or directory does exist, otherwise it will just error it out. So these are the few list of things, please keep them in mind, and I am going to show you real quickly how can we create a link or how can we get an error message in our Linux environment. So I have my machine up here. It's my Linux machine. You probably could use any machine that you have, of course. If you are using lab, perfect, lab is fine. We could always test our commands and development tools in a lab environment. Okay, anyway, so we have this. We go straight to the command and syntax. That's where the most of the problem happens. So I am in my home directory and I'm logged in as myself. You could also do who am I, it will tell you myself or ID. The directory I'm in is /home/fsolve. It has a directory that I created, and that directory called Seinfeld. It is a directory because it has a D in front of it. So now if I go into Seinfeld directory and do ls-ltr, you see it has these files: Kramer, Elaine, and George. By the way, these are the characters of a Seinfeld show, so I'm just using that as a reference just to create files. And it has another directory called Seinfeld family. So if I go into Seinfeld family and do ls-ltr, you will see it has Morty in it. So I just put that in there just to fill it up. Let's go one step back, cd ... hit ls-ltr. Now what if I wanted to create a link to Kramer? So I could create a link to Kramer, but before I do that, if you notice, a Kramer is a file that has 0 bytes. So I'm gonna add something to it. So I'll vi and put it Kramer is the neighbor of Jerry. So this way at least we know something in there. And now when we do ls-ltr, you'll see the Kramer file now has 32 bytes. Perfect. So now I wanted to create a link to that Kramer file, and I wanted to create it in /temp. So first I'll create a symbolic link. So ln space -s. Now remember this, when I say that you have to have a source and target to be the exact same path, the path example, as if you see right here, it says home, IMf&x, Seinfeld, and George or Kramer. You always have to use the entire path of your source. Do not use just the name thinking that you are, since you're already in that directory and you could just use the file, which a lot of people do that, like ln-s Kramer. They create the Kramer because they know they are already in that directory, and already in that directory meaning they are already in Seinfeld. So what they do is they run ln space -s Kramer, which is the source, and then they map it to or create a link in temp, and the name of that link they call it Kramer. That is fine, you could call it anything. So if I have to create a link to another, I would say, let's say Kramer's real name is Cosmo, so I'll put it Cosmo. So this way it will reference to Kramer. So this is a mistake. This command is a mistake because why? Let me show you. It created it, right? So now when I go into /temp and I do ls-ltr, and I'll see the Cosmo file is there. Now if I would do, and it's telling me the Cosmo file is pointing to Kramer. Okay, perfect. But if I do cat on Cosmo, it says no such file or directory. See, this is the type of issues most of us fall into. That is when I said make sure you are using the full absolute path, the entire path. See right here, you have to use the entire path. Don't assume that you are in that directory. You don't have to use the entire path. So let's go ahead and remove that Cosmo link. Do ls-ltr and just make sure it's not there. You see it's not there. The last file we have is gc. It's something that I was playing around earlier. Anyway, so let's go back to our Seinfeld directory. Let's verify The Kramer is there. Let's cat the Kramer and make sure it's there. Yes. Now let's create the link again, but this time we'll put the entire path. What is the entire path? Do pwd and you will get the entire path. Now do ln -s /home /ifzol /Seinfeld. Now you do Kramer. This is called the absolute path. Again, you have to specify the absolute path. And always, as I said, source comes first. Here I mentioned source first and then target. That is very important. So if you do this and then now you put in a target and you put Cosmo, it created the link. Right. Now let's make sure if that link works. So I'll go into /temp. I'll do ls-ltr to see it is there. Yes, it is there. Now you notice the color is different. Before the color was red, and it is pointing you to the entire complete absolute path. Now if I do cat on Cosmo, then it should read the exact same content that I put it in to the Kramer file. So that's how you need to create a link. Now let me go back to my Seinfeld directory, and I have another file called Elaine. Now if I wanted to create Elaine and I switch around or make a mistake in my command syntax, and I'll do ln space s, and instead of putting source I put target first, so I'll put temp and I'll put Elaine, and then I will specify home IFZOL Seinfeld Elaine, and then when I run the command, that's when it comes up and says, hey, link failed to create symbolic link. Home IFZOL Seinfeld Elaine file exists. So what is it telling you is you are trying to create a link from this path, which is the source, and you're trying to create a link that is here. But this link, it's saying that file, there is a file with the same name exists. That's why it's not creating it. Okay, so that's one way that we could tell for sure. Okay, there's a Elaine file exists, that's why it's not creating it. Okay, so what if I just say, instead of Elaine, I'll just type EB, because Elaine's full name is Elaine Bennis, so I'll put just the initial EB. And when I hit enter, it created the path for Elaine. Now, let's see. It did create, but there is nothing, because you see E, it's actually broken. Why? Because there is no file or directory in in temp that is named as Elaine. So if I do ls-ltr /temp/Elaine, you'll see it telling you no such file or directory. That is why you guys have to be very careful that you are specifying source first, followed by the target. And the source and the target should always be the absolute path. So I am going to remove that EB EB. I created the link, remove EB. Now it's gone. So the correct links should be there that we already created. The same way, the same exact file. I'm not going to go into the hard link, because hard link, soft link works the same way. All you have to do is take out -s or symbolic link option, and you will run it. So these are the few things that when people actually get into. So we completed the complete path option. Second is, after that we will talk about the permission. We have been talking about the permission a lot. So if you are trying to create a permission for a file, let's say Seinfeld, you go into Seinfeld directory, and then you want to create a file that you call George. Make sure this file has the read permission. If it does not have the read permission and you're trying to create a link off of it, it won't work. So permission counts too. Make sure you have that permission. Second type of permission is you are the owner of the file, and the group of this file is your group, which is IFSOL and IFSOL. Now, if you are trying to point to or create a link to someone else's file, and that someone else's file is located at someone else's directory. Let's say there is a user called Jason. You're trying to point to a Jason's file in his directory, and it that directory or that file is owned by Jason, and the group is owned by Jason as well. That's probably the other reason that you're not going to be able to create, because it is owned by Jason and group is owned by Jason, and he did not allow to have the read access to anybody else. So make sure permissions are as important as running the correct syntax of the command. The last part we have is source or target directory file missing or does not exist. If you are trying to create a shortcut or a link to a file, let's say Elaine, George, and Kramer, and you run the command, it works. But what if you're trying to create it to something that does not exist? So let's say if I am going to create ln-s/home/ifzol/Seinfeld, and I pick another name like, let's say, David, and then I attempt and make it David. It did create it, but now it's going to create the same issue, that it will show the broken link, because there is no such file David exists. So if I go to temp and do ls-ltr, you see David is coming up in red, and the link itself is coming up in red as well. It means it did create it, but somehow the file itself does not exist. Now you're probably thinking, hey Imran, if that's the case, why does it even allow us to create it? Why can't it just error it out? Well, the reason it did not error it out is because sometimes people create the link first and then create the source file afterwards, and then it will be automatically be fixed. So just like that. So if I go to cd and I go to temp and I create a file David, and now if I come back to temp and run ls-ltr, you see now the link is blue, and now it is pointing to the right file. That is why some people do this type of practice, and it's like a reverse order. I don't know why they do it, but anyway, everybody has their own preference. But the reason I am explaining you is that there could be people have their own reason to create links the way they want it. So here's a few things that we went over. Please keep these few troubleshooting pointers in your mind. If you go through one by one and troubleshoot, I am very hopeful you'll be able to troubleshoot link issues successfully. Cannot write to a file. This is not too common for a system administrator to see, because most of the time we use root and we are able to write to a file, or we could identify right away why we cannot write to a file. But again, I do want to cover that. I do want to go over little details where we could always overlook onto the tiny trivial things, and then later on we realize that we have missed something very little. So let's go over a few things that we should not forget in our troubleshooting step. Is, of course, as always, the file does not exist. Make sure the file that you are trying to write to actually exists. If the file is not there and you are using a vi command, it will create the new file for you. But if you are writing to a file using echo and greater than sign and outputting the echo to the file, and if the file does not exist, then it might give you a problem. Absolute path versus a relative path. If you are using the absolute path to edit a file, make sure that you are specifying the correct file. If you are using a vi command and using an absolute path that is not giving you the right path, it will give you the error that the directory does not exist. File type, very important. If you are trying to write to a directory, it will error out and it will tell you this is a directory. Same way if you're trying to write to a socket or a hardware file, you cannot modify those files. You could only modify the actual plain text files. File permissions and ownerships, we know that, we have covered that many times, and I will include that over and over again because I want you to be an expert in identifying the actual permissions, the bits that can be assigned to a file. And those bits are, again, going over very fast. I'm not going to spend too much time here. All three bits are divided into three sections. First section is for the user itself. Second is for the group, and third one is for the owner. Sorry, not owner, is for the other. I also get it sometime mixed up. But so first one is the first bit of the first four bits is the type of file, whether it's a directory or it's a file. Second one is read, write, execute, and that section goes to the user itself who owns the file. Second section is for the group, read, write, execute. Third section is for everybody else or others, and read, write, execute. So if you're trying to modify a file and you do not have an appropriate permissions for that group or that user or others, then you cannot modify. You'll get the permission denied. Next thing we need to know about the parent directory permissions. We also have talked about it. If you are in a directory that has a parent directory which does not allow you to edit or a file, you have to make sure your directory has appropriate permissions. Second, after that is hidden files. We talked about that already. This is a new one. If a file is already open by another user, it will not let you edit it. Just to add something to it here, that it will let you edit it, but you cannot save it. You would have to save it and name it different. It will open up it will give you an error message that this file is edited by this user, so you could view it in only read mode. So make sure the file is not opened by another user. And the last one is that you should run a command. Command name is get FACL, which is to get file access control list. You could this is kind of a fairly new command. A lot of people are familiar with that, but some people might not. If you have not used it in the past, that's a chance that you could use it today. If you are more accustomed to using ls command, which will give you the attributes or permissions of a file, that's fine. But get FACL is actually very good command that will give you specific information about the permissions. So let's get into my Linux machine. I will troubleshoot the cannot write file by going through this one list at a time. Again, this first one is file does not exist. If you are in Seinfeld directory, let's say, and I want to modify a file, let's say Susan. If I do vi, even though it does not exist, it will still create a new file and start writing it. So if you do the vi and you say, hey, that file had something inside of it before, and right now it doesn't have anything, it means that definitely you creating a new file. And it also telling you at the bottom of the page that this is a new file. So just make sure that you are not creating a new file. So if that's the case, you could just escape it. You could just quit out of it so it does not create the file Susan. If you're trying to do echo hello and outputting to Susan, it will going to create the file Susan. If you notice lsmysltr, and when you do cat on Susan, you'll see it says hello. So right now you're probably thinking, hey, this file had something else in there too. So again, we are going back to the same thing that I said. It means that file that you're putting in did not exist before. You're not putting in the right the name of the file itself. Okay, next one we have is about absolute path versus relative path. It is very important. I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, but you have to make sure you are in the correct path. You're not trying to find a Susan file in slash temp. You are finding it in the Seinfeld. So you could always use the find command, which we have covered previously, to find the right file that you're looking for. Next one is file type. When you do ls-ltr, you see at the first column, and the very first bit tells you it's whether it's a directory or it's a file. So right now, if you notice, I have a directory called Seinfeld family. If I try to modify that, see what type of garbage stuff it gave me. It says new directory listing this sorted by sorted reference. So it's not something that you need to edit. It's a directory, so make sure you're not VIing the directory. Permissions. One of the main and biggest reason people will have issues writing to a file is because of the permission. Do ls-ltr, make sure that you do have this one, this doubly right here. See, you do have right. If you have this right permission, only then you could actually modify to this directory. Now, if you go back to the parent directory, which is the next part, if you have, let's say, if I go back to Seinfeld directory, now if I take away the permission of everyone, all minus right, to Seinfeld, and hit enter, and when I do ls-ltr, you notice that I do have a permission to go into this directory. I do have a permission to write to that directory, sorry, to execute the directory, which is to go into the directory, and I do have a permission to read the content of the directory, but I do not have a permission to write. So let's say how it works out. So if I go into Seinfeld, do ls-ltr, and now if I try to do vi Susan and type 1 2 3, let's see if it lets me save it. Okay, it did. Oh yes, it did. Okay, so it means you could modify the file, but I believe you cannot create a new file. Touch 1 2 3. Yes. Okay. So as you could see, you could still write to a file, but you cannot create a new file inside of a Seinfeld directory because I have taken away the permission of writing to this directory, which is W. So that's a good thing we learned together. So I was a bit confused, but anyway, the clarification is there now. The next one is hidden files. If a file is hidden, you cannot modify it. Then the second to the last is if the file is already opened by another user. So if I'm VIing, let me go to Seinfeld directory, and if I VI Susan file and I have it open, I leave it open. Now let's say if I log into from another session, and I go to Seinfeld directory, and I see there's Susan file. Now if I VI the Susan file, now it is giving me this error message saying found a swap file by the name var temp susan.swp owned by IMf&x. So all that stuff that you see right now, I could read it all, but I don't want to go through that. But all it's saying that there is a file already open. So that is why I cannot modify it. So I have to wait, or I could just put it in a read mode only. It says edit anyway. It means that it will edit it and it put it somewhere in your existing directory, but it will put some extension to it. So that's one of the reason. Let me quit out of it. Let me quit out of it as well. So that's one of the reason we cannot write to a file. The last one that I have listed is to run a command get facl, which gets you the file access control list. It's a very useful command. So if I wanted to find out the permissions of Susan without doing the ls-ltr, and you see you get a whole bunch of information with that, you could just type get facl Susan. You'll see it telling you the file name is Susan, the owner of the file is ifsol, group is ifsol. Now the user itself who actually owns the file has a read and write permission. Group has the same permission, whereas others have only read permission. You could view that by running this command, or you could just simply type ls-ltr. That's about it. Go over it again one more time and see if you could resolve the issue. Cannot delete, copy, rename, or move a file. All of these operations are same, are they related, they pretty much perform the same function, so that is why I'm putting all of them in one lecture, and I will cover all of them in this lecture one by one. So let's look at why there is always issue when we are trying to delete a file, copy, rename, or move a file. By the way, renaming or moving a file in Linux, we use the same command, which is move. So it doesn't matter what we are renaming it to. All it matters if we are using the right syntax. So let's go over our sequence that we already covered. I'm going to go over really quickly, and then I will log into our Linux machine and we'll try a few things that we think could impact these type of issues. File does not exist. As you know, we talked about it many times. People make mistake when file does not exist. Absolute path versus relative path. When you're trying to delete a file, make sure you are in a right directory and that file exists there. If it's not the right directory, you're picking the right absolute path. Then the file type, if you are trying to delete a directory and you are using the rm command, it will not delete it. It will give you an error message, or it will tell you that the file is a directory. So you could either use rm-r command or rmdir command for a directory. Permissions, one of the biggest thing, we covered it so many times. Again, permission we have already talked about. We have users itself who created it. We have group and others. Parent directory permissions should also comply with the rules. If the parent directory does not allow you to have the right permission, then you cannot delete or move or any copy anything from that file. Then we have hidden files. Make sure the file is not hidden. The command syntax is as important as any of the above listed here. So when you are typing or when you're deleting a file, it's simple that you remove followed by the name of the file. But when you are copying it, it is important that the source comes in first, because that's what you're copying, and the target comes later because that's where it is going to. So that's pretty much the cover we will cover. Again, this is really quick. I really want you to follow this and all of these steps one by one. Now I'm gonna log into our Linux machine, and then we'll try a few of these things one by one. So I am logged in as myself. If I do, sorry, not who, if I do who am I, you'll see, sorry, I'm not logged in as myself, I'm logged in as root. As you notice, the root has a prompt of pound or hash. Alright, let me clear the screen. Now I will go into cd var log, and I will do ls-ltr, and you will notice it has a bunch of files. Now I wanted to delete this file var log messages, and you notice this file is owned by root, and the group of this file is root, and it is allowed to be deleted or written by the owner itself. So I am not going to delete it as myself, which is the root. I will go ahead and duplicate the session, meaning I will create another session to that server, and I will log in as myself. Now I'm logged in as myself and I do who am I. You'll see I am logged in as IFSol. I will go into cd var log directory and I will go in and see the messages file. And now this time I'm going to try to delete it. rm messages and hit enter. And it is telling me remove write protected irregular file messages. Now it is asking you, do you really want to remove it? When you say why, it says permission denied. Why it says permission denied? Because who am I? I am IFSol. Okay. Am I the group of this file? No. Am I the user of this file? No. Okay, that is fine. We confirmed that. Now, the user of this file has a read and write permissions, meaning only root, which is right here, has a read and write permission. Everybody else, which is the group, or everyone else, the others, do not have any type of permission to either delete it, remove it, copy it, or move it, or anywhere. So if I am also trying to, let's say the next step that I'm trying to do is copy this file. If I wanted to copy this messages file, and I'll use copy messages, and I wanted to copy it in my home directory, and my home directory is home ifsol. It says cannot open messages for reading because the permission denied. Again, why? Because I fall in this category right here in the last bit. And in the last bit is telling me that I do not have read permission. If I had read permission, I would be able to copy it. So let's say if I assign the read permission to this file as root, so I'll do change mod other plus read, because all you need is read permission to copy a file, and then do messages. Now when I do ls-ltr, you'll see only R, which is to read the file, is assigned to everyone else. So if I do the same thing now, copy messages to home ifsol, it did copy. And when I go to home ifsol and do ls-ltr, you notice now it created a copy, and now the copy of the file is owned by myself and my group, and it has actually transferred the same type of permissions that I had, or the root had, being the owner of the root. So that's what is all about. Cannot copy, cannot delete. Now what if I have a directory, let's say temp. So before I go to temp, I'll cd/. I'll do ls-ltr, and you notice the temp directory right here has all the permission that you could think of. So I could actually copy the messages file, var log messages, into that directory as well, and it let me copy. Now what if I create a directory and it does not have the right permission? So if I try to copy that same file in etc, now you see etc right here, this is the one. etc is saying the group and anybody else do not have the right permission. So even though I have given the read permission of messages, I cannot copy that messages file in etc, because now the source has a permission, but the destination doesn't have a permissions. So keep that in mind. It is very important that the source and the destination both should have the proper permissions. So if I hit enter, you could see it says cannot create regular file etc messages because permission denied. So keep these things in mind. It is very important that the source permissions and the target permission should also be the same. Now let's go to my home directory, which is home ifzol ifzol. I have a directory in this my home directory called Seinfeld. And when I do ls-ltr, the Seinfeld directory, if I do pwd again, home ifzol Seinfeld. The Seinfeld directory has these list of files and directories. One directory which is called Seinfeld family, and the other is Elaine, George, Kramer, David, and Susan. I will go ahead and focus on the file Susan. If you notice, the file Susan has the read and write permission for its own self, which is me, read and write for the group, which is also my group, and the read permission for everyone else. So if I wanted to delete this file, do you think that I should be able to delete it without any issue? Let's try it. rm Susan and hit enter. Permission denied. Oh my god, now what happened? Why I'm not able to delete this file? Now at this point, when you look at it, first thing you have to make sure is you have the correct permission of the file. Me, the file is owned by me and myself is right here. Yes, and who am I? I am myself. Okay, so that has been confirmed, that file is owned by me. Who's the group? I'm the group as well, and for me, I do have the write permission. I do have this group as read and write permission. Then why can't I delete it? Now I want you to think in a broader way. Go one step back and find out if the directory where this file is located, which is Seinfeld, if this directory allows you to delete the files or not. Let's go back. cd dot dot. This is to go one step back. Do pwd. You'll see I'm one step back. Now I will do ls-ltr and file the directory that Susan file was in is Seinfeld, and look at that right here. Myself, which is ifzol, the first 3 bits are for me. I do not have the right permissions. That is why it did not allow me to delete that file. So again, it is very important that you also check the parent directory and make sure the parent directory has the correct permissions. Also make sure it is owned by the right person. So let's say if I create a file in this directory in my Seinfeld home, so I'll as root, so I log in, I will come into home ifzol because I'm root on this window and I could go anywhere. And in Seinfeld, in here I will create a directory and I will call it make dir root dir 1. So now the root dir 1 has this directory. It is owned by root. It is owned by root group. Root itself has read-write executable. Everybody else can log in, can get into the directory. Everybody else in the group can get into the directory, but they cannot delete anything. So I'm going to go into root directory and I'm going to create a file abc. Now the abc file is created, and if you notice the permission of the abc file, it only has its own self, read and write. Everybody else has read. So now I am logged in as myself in the other window. Who am I? ifzol. Now you notice this one has a directory called root directory, and this is the file abc. Remove abc, yes, and it says permission denied. So it did not allow me to delete it. Okay, so now how about I change the permission for it to be deleted? So abc is the file, so I will like to have change all of them plus write abc. Now everybody has permission. Perfect. Now you come in here and try to delete it, and it says permission denied. Why is that? Why I cannot delete it now? I just gave it the right permission, right? So let's go back one step and let's verify the root directory itself. See, root directory says, look at that, there is no right permission to anybody. So these are the things I am telling you this the second time, so make sure you need to check your parent directory. Let's talk about the next thing I want to talk about is the renaming of the file. So if I am logged in as myself, sorry, who am I? And I will go into the Seinfeld directory. And I wanted to rename Susan. So I'll do move Susan to Susan1. I still cannot do it. Why? Because I do not have the right permission. Perfect. So I'll go one step back and I will allow the right permission to the directory. So change mod A. By the way, at this time I'm going to pick -R. -R will cascade the permissions down to any subfolders as well. So all should have A plus W Seinfeld. Now if I do Seinfeld, you see everybody has the permission to do anything in the Seinfeld directory. Now if I go into the Seinfeld directory and do ls-ltr, now if I try to move the Susan to Susan1, I should be able to. That's one thing. Second thing is if you want to rename and you do not give the destination name. So let's say if I wanted to move Susan1, you want to give it a destination name, right? If you don't give it, it will tell you missing destination file operand after Susan1. So it's basically telling you, in other words, that you have to specify the right name for Susan. So the right name that I'm putting to rename it, I'll put Susan2. And the Susan2 file has been changed. So that's about moving the file or renaming the file. Renaming the file. If you wanted to move a file from one location to another, we talked about it as well. But if you do not specify the destination location, it will give you error message. Last thing I will cover is if you notice that right now, if I go one step back, right now Seinfeld has all the permissions that it could think of in the world. So if I wanted to go into the Seinfeld directory and delete something, is it going to allow me to delete it? Well, it depends on the parent directory that is sitting on top of Seinfeld directory. If I do cd --, and ls-ltr, you notice no one has any type of permission to come to my directory, which is IFSol, and do anything in there. They cannot even come in and actually go into the directory or cd into the directory. So here are a few things that I covered. Hopefully this lecture served its purpose. If you have any question and if you are still having any issues with deleting, copying, or renaming or moving a file, please send me a message and I will create a new lecture for you to go over and troubleshoot that issue with you. Cannot change file permissions and ownerships. As you already know, there are two types of permissions in Linux. One at the file level, where you give a read, a write, and executable permission, and the second one is at the ownership level, meaning who owns the file and which group owns the file. So when you get into a trouble where you cannot change permission, or if you are having any type of permission related issue where you're trying to change or assign permissions and it's not working. So this lecture is all about that. We'll cover it again one by one and how we could troubleshoot it effectively. File does not exist. You know that you're trying to change the file permission. It does not exist. Absolute versus relative path. You need to make sure the file that is being changed is permission. You are specifying the correct path, or if you are in the right path, if you are in the relative path. File ownership. The two type of ownership at the user level and at the group level. So a lot of times people make mistake by confusing the bits with a user, group, and others. But this is only for user and group. This is like who owns the file. At the level where you are talking about who owns the file, that's where, just remember, there are only two type of permission. Whereas other permission are these type of permission where you have this side is user, this side is group, and this side is everyone else or others. So when you actually do ls minus ltr, you notice the first column is this. The second column is for the user who owns that file. The third column is for the group who owns that file. Then the troubleshooting steps continues. The parent directory permissions, make sure it allows you to change the permissions, or it has the right permissions assigned to its bits. Hidden files, make sure it is not hidden. Command syntax. If you are changing the file permission, make sure the user comes first and then the file. For example, if you are using a command, a change owner or change group, then always after that, the user or group comes and then the file, the destination file that you're trying to change. A lot of time people make mistakes when they run the command and the second option they put it the file name, and at the end they put the user or group name. So keep that in mind. It's always the command, the group or user that you're changing it to, and what are you changing, which file or directory. Command with the recursive option, if you want the subfolders or subdirectories of a directory to be changed as well with one command, make sure you specify -r option. Then only root, in most of the time, only root can change a file ownership. What does it mean? It means that if you are a user IMf&x and you want to change your file, which is owned by you, and you want to change its ownership to a different user. For example, there's a user called John, or John Smith, or John Snow. You cannot do that because you cannot really take the permissions and have someone else own that permission. It's like giving work to someone when you are not the manager, or you're not the authorized person to delegate that. So at that point, who could do that? Only root could make that change. Alright, so let's get into our Linux machine and we will go over these details one by one and how we could have a problem with file changing permissions. So I am logged in as root, and if I clear my screen, I am in root directory. I will go into the home IMf&x directory, and you'd notice this one has a file called, a directory called root dir1. That directory is owned by root. That directory group is root. If I want to make change to this and I want to own that file, meaning the IMf&x wants to own that file, then let me open up a duplicate session and I will log in as myself, which is IMf&x, and I am in my home directory, and here is the same directory we are talking about, root dir1. And now let's say I want to change the permission. I want to take this root and give it to myself. The command you run is change mod IMf&x root dir. So now if you try to do that, it is not going to work. It is going to tell you that invalid mode IMf&x or change mod. Sorry, my mistake. It's telling you invalid mode, meaning I am not using the right command. See, I am making mistake while I'm telling you how to fix a mistake. But that's okay, we are all humans, we make mistake. Actually, what's happening here is I am not using the right command. Change mod command is only used to change the permission in the first column at this level. If I want to change the ownership, then I of this file, which is right here, or group, which is right here, then I would use the command change own. Change own is the command that will let me change the ownership right here of this directory. So I'll do change own, I of sol, and root directory. So now coming back to the same point, is it going to work? No, because I am not the owner of that file. So if I hit enter, it's going to say operations not permitted. Well, it would have been nice if it would tell it, hey, this file or this directory is owned by root. You are not root, that's why you cannot take ownership. But anyway, many times we kind of like understand. If you have seen these type of errors a lot, then you would understand. If you don't understand, you could just simply go and copy this entire thing and paste it in Google or whichever your search engine preference is, and you will see a lot of results. But it's better that you could take out this part, because not everybody has the same directory that you are having problem with. So take that part out, copy this entire thing, and Google it, and you'll see many answers that will help you resolve it. So now you know that you cannot change it. Now what about if I try to change the group ownership to myself of this root directory? It is telling me the same thing. So now please remember, this has nothing to do with these permissions. This only has to do the ownership, who owns the file. So only root can change the ownership. So if I come back here, I am on this window is root. I could change the permission now by doing change own, I of sol root directory. And when I hit enter and do ls-ltr, and yeah, you notice now I am the owner, but the group is still root. So if I go back in here as myself and do ls-ltr, now you'll notice I am the owner. So now if I want to go into this directory and I want to create a file touch123, it allowed me to create touch123. Why? Because if I go back, you notice the root directory as myself, I do have the read, write, and executable permission on this directory. I could go in and I could do anything that I want. Now also, if I change this back, change own root to root directory, and now you notice only root has permission, or sorry, ownership on this. Now if when I come back to this window where it's myself and I go into root directory, and now do you think, do I have permission to delete it now? Because now it's owned by me, it's created by me, and it should let me delete it, right? But let me try it. 1, 2, 3, and it says permission denied. Even though I own that file, I am the owner, I am the group owner of that file, and I do have all the proper permissions that I need to delete. Why it did not let me delete now? Why? Because right here, now I have become, if I go one step back, now I do not own that, and a group I don't own that. So it means I fall in this category now. And this category is telling me that I do not have right permission. You see, so make sure you don't confuse it in the group ownership and the file ownership. If the file or group ownership changes, regardless, the file that is inside of that directory is owned by you. Sorry, I'm in the wrong one. So regardless, this is owned by me and group by me, I could still not delete it. Now let's play around something with the group. So what if I put myself into, what if I give myself as a root for this group ownership to I of sol? So anytime you have to make any changes to group, you would have to do it as root. So to run the command is change grp ifsol root. Now you notice the user is the owner, but the group is me. So do you think I could go into this directory now and delete 123, the file that I created earlier? No. Why? Because now I'm falling in this category. That is why I cannot delete it. Now what if as a root, I change the mod of only group plus right of root. So you notice now I have given the right permission to the group level as well. So now when I come in to this directory and do ls -ltr, and now I try to remove it, it is gone. That is why these permissions matter a lot. Now what if you are ifsol and this is still owned by root? So let me change it. Change group to root again, to root directory. And now it is root. It is root. So what if the file that is created in here, which is root and root, let me change that file in the root directory, and I'm gonna make this change owner ifsol abc, change group ifsol abc. So think of this file as I created earlier as well, ifsol. I know I still cannot delete it because I have permission denied. Why? Because as a root directory right here, I fall in this category because not everyone else could delete it, and I am ifsol. What if I add ifsol in this group? Do you think that would work then? Yes, it will work if you add ifsol into this group. And there are a couple of ways you could do that. You could run the command to add that yourself to this group. Now I will run the command. Example group is root, and example username is my name, which is ifsol. Now if I do cat, now if I do vi etc group, now let's say the format it put it in, it did put the same format that I did. Alright, anyway, so if I do group ID, ID ifsol, now it's showing it. Anyway, so now I am part of the group ifsol as well as root. Now let me come back here. So let me go back to our lesson, and this time if I am in my home directory, and you see root dir is the directory. So now if you notice, only group can write to that file. So who am I? I'm ifsol, and now I am part of the root group. So now I should be able to go in to this directory, and I should be able to delete abc. And there you go, it is gone. This space full or add more disks to the space. We do see that issue many times when our disk runs out of space. It is 100%, and it could cause many issues. For example, logging issue, or if you're running applications, it would be degraded, or simply you would run a command and it would take forever. But anyway, there are so many things that could go wrong if your disk space is full. So what do we need to first find out? What exactly is full? Meaning a disk, if it is given to the system and that disk is let's say 100 gig, and we have actually given that 100 gig to 5 different partitions. So by running the df command would tell us all the partitions and which partition has the highest usage, or which partition is used up all 100% of the disk space. So you would need to use the command df. Next one is actions. Once you identify which disk or which partition is full, then exactly what are you going to do? One of them, the first thing you have to do is find out what is causing the issue. So you know the partition. Now you pick that partition and put it right after the command du. Du stands for disk usage. So you will run du with some other options and then specify the partition that is showing up as 100%. And then it will list exactly which files in that partition are the huge ones and are the ones that are causing the issues or causing the file system or partition to fill up at 100%. Next action plan is free up disk space by deleting old or big files. So the only way you could delete old or big files is if you identify which files to delete. And for that you have to run the command du, which we just discussed in the previous step. Then one of the other steps or troubleshooting steps that you could do when your disk or partition is full is that you compress the old file. And to compress it, you could use the tar command with the option czvf, the name of the tar, which is the destination, and actually what are you tarring or what are you compressing. This compressing option or troubleshooting step you would need to use if you cannot delete old or big files from your system and you have to keep it and there is no other option. Then moving on is of course moving files to another partition or another server. So if you have a LUN that is 100 gig or the entire disk is 100 gig and the partitions are divided, for example, 50 gig and 50 gig, and one partition A, which is 50 gig, if that has 100%, and the other partition, which is partition B, that has 20 gig, or about 30 or 40%, then you can move the files from partition A to partition B to free up the space. Then we will also check any hard drive issues. So to check the hard drive status, you will run a couple of commands that I've used many times in the past that always works. One is bad blocks. Bad blocks is -v verbose option followed by the name of the disk or the exact location of the disk. IOStat is also one of the legendary commands that's always been used, and it gives you a lot of information about the disk IO usage. Then we could also create a link to another file system or directory. Meaning if you are in /a partition, which is 100% full, and it has a subdirectory that it needs to put all the files or directories in there, and you cannot really get rid of that. So what you could do is you could create another another directory in, let's say, /b, and point or create a link to /a subfolder. So this way, every time your application is writing to /a subfolder, it is actually going to /b subfolder. The next action or troubleshooting steps is that you could add additional disk and extend using LVM. Now this is only possible if your disk or your partitions are built on a Linux Volume Manager. Linux Volume Manager nowadays is used heavily by every system, and I'm sure every organization rely on LVM a lot. So if your system is built on LVM, then it becomes much easier to extend the existing disk, which means that if your disk is 100 gig, you could actually make it 200 gig in a virtualization, which of course in virtualization is a lot easier, and then come into the system and run some LVM commands that you could use to extend it. And this is, of course, you would use this option if you do not have the option to delete all files. So based on that, our next lecture after this lecture, I am going to cover how you could add and create standard partition. So this is one of the troubleshooting steps that you could do to add and create partition and assign the way you want it, of course, and then add disk and create LVM partition. And the last, the the lecture that I have after this is extend disk using LVM. So the next lectures, there are 3 lectures. Please focus on them. All of them are actually to troubleshoot the issue of disk space and how we could actually extend the disk space that is already shrinking. So let me go into my Linux machine now. Okay, so let's go through our Linux server and we will try every one of these actions one by one and see how we could troubleshoot the disk full or disk related issues. So first of all, we wanted to know what is causing the problem. So to that, we have to find out by running the command disk f space -h, which tells me all the partition that are associated or with all the mount points. So on the left hand side are all the disk, and the right hand side are all the mounted points. And if you notice, there are actually other file system like temp.fs. You could just ignore that, or you could just simply do df-h, grep it, and do -v for temp fs. So this way it would exclude anything that matches temp fs. Now it shows that we have these 2 file system. One file system is mounted on /boot, and the other one is mounted on just a slash. So we could also see that this just slash is actually the /dev/mapper, and it is mounted on the CentOS and the entire name that it picked from its host name. Anyway, so what we could do is we could come here and we could do df-h, and we'll see, hey, the usage is 99%, but of course right now it's showing 54%. How can we make it 99%? So I could show you exactly what I'm talking about. There is a command that you could run to actually create a temporary file, an empty file, but it would actually show the content or actually show the size. For that, I will run a command called fallocate, and this command is actually creates the file without actually any content in it, but it will actually have that space that you wanted to specify. So I wanted to specify the size is 3 gig, and I wanted to do temp, and I want to make it a name is fillup. I want to put it in temp, and the name of the file would be fillup. Once I run it, now when I do df-h command and grep -v temp fs, you will see now it says 92. That's where you start to actually worry about your file system, and now you need to find out how I could troubleshoot the file system issue, and when the file system or a partition is going close to 100%. So we ran the command df. We know which partition it is. That now we need to find out, next thing is find out what is causing that issue, or where or which file in that slash that is actually using up all the disk space. For that, we will run a command du space a, which is for disk usage, -a is for all, and what partition is slash. If I run this command, it will actually go through pretty fast, and it's not going to have any sorted order. So I would pipe it to sort and in numeric order and in the reverse order. Then I will pipe it to more, because there will be so many files we have in the system, and it will go through every file. Now I will run the command. As soon as I run the command, it will go through every directory in Linux. By the way, you could just simply ignore anything that comes back as proc or run. So as you could see, we are on the first page, and the first one is telling me that the total size is being used almost about 8 gig to slash. Then about 3 gig is used to slash user by different user and directories. And then the third one is slash temp. And in the slash temp, there is a file which is fillup. Now, right there, you could tell, this is actually the file. First of all, temp is something that is just temporary. Why there is a file in there that is taking up almost like 3 gig of space. So now you will do is you don't have to go any further. You could just quit out of it, and now you could run du minus sh slash temp slash fill up. This is actually telling you the total sum in the human readable view, which is like 3.1 gig. Right off the bat, you could tell this is the file that you need to remove, or this is the file that you need to delete. So if the second step you have identified which file is that, now go into it and free up the disk space by deleting the old or big files. Second thing you could do is you could compress the file, and the command to compress is tar dash. So if I need to do it, I will do tar dash czvf, and the name of the file, I will just say fillup.tar.gz, and the last part is just the file itself, so which is temp fillup, and it is going to compress and shrink the file size. Next thing we'll do is move files to another partition, meaning if it is on /A, we'll move it /B. Second one is that we will check hard disk if there are any issues with the hard disk by running the command bad blocks with -v option, and then specify the exact file path for that. So let's run the bad blocks command. Okay, so we ran the tar command to compress the /temp /fillup. Once the tar command finished compressing it, you'll see when you do ls-ltr on the file that it compressed, the file size went down significantly. So if you do du minus sh fillup, you see it is only 3 meg now. It's not 3 gig anymore. The next thing I wanted to talk about is if as a part of your troubleshooting is check hard disk status. So maybe your disk is bad or having issues that you cannot delete files, or something is going on. So there is a command that you could run. It is a new command, but it works as expected, and it works perfectly. So the command is bad blocks. But before you run the command bad blocks, you need to know what is the exact path of your disk. So to find that out, you could do fdisk -l. This will give you all the disks that you have, including LVM and a regular disk. So this is the main disk that we have, which is 10 gig. So I am going to run bad blocks -v as in verbos /dev /sda. So now it is saying that checking blocks 0 to this. So these are the total number of blocks. Checking for bad blocks, read only test, that is fine. It is going through every block in that disk to find if there are any corrupted blocks, or if there are any degraded performance off of those blocks. Now this could take anywhere from literally 15 seconds to an hour or more, depends on the size of your disk. Right now you notice the size of my disk is 10.7 GB. If I had my size is about let's say 100 gig or 1 terabyte, then you can multiply the time and you'll see it will take a lot longer to do that checking. Also remember one thing, running this command does not have any significant impact on your system, so you could still perform other tasks while you're running this task. While this is running, I'm going to leave that as is, and I'm going to show you the another command, which is iostat. So I'm going to open up another session, duplicate session, and I'm going to log in as root, and I could run that command as iostat without any option. Alright, anyway, before we get into the iostat, let me go back to the other screen, and you notice it has completed and it says pass completed. Zero bad blocks found and no errors at all. Perfect. So it means the disk that you're checking has no bad blocks or it's not corrupted. Beautiful. Okay, now the next thing that I was going to show you, so now since already done, I'm going to just simply minimize that. So next thing is IO, which is input output stat. There are many different options with IOStat that you could check when you run man on IOStat, and you will see a whole bunch of options that you could do with IOStat. Anyway, let's run this command. This one telling you that this is your disk, which is SDA. This is the one that you need to worry about. The percentage of user, the nice system, the IO weight, everything is low, meaning the user percentage as user that is utilizing the disk right now is only 0.6%. The nice anything that is prioritized, you could see it here. Any system usage, meaning whatever the system that is putting the stress on the disk, anything that is system related, that is only 0.47. IO wait time, if there is any wait time, if you see this IO wait like 50 or above 70 or 80, that means that's definitely issues with your disk. And idle time or steal time is nothing. Idle time is 97.46, meaning it could still have 97% capacity to take in the request. Then it get into detail about how many kilobyte reads it has, how many writes it has, and a lot more information. So you could actually spend more time reading about IOStat. It could give you a lot more information in IOStat if you specify different options. The next item that I wanted to discuss right here is about create a link to another file system or directory. What does it mean? It means that if you have an application that is writing to, let's say, var log, and there is directory, for example, I will create a directory and I will say SAP. For example, SAP is an application. I will create that directory, and inside of this SAP directory there is some log files. So let's say just touch log. So let's assume that there is this directory created by the application itself, SAP, and the SAP application is writing to a log file which is inside of SAP. Now this log files is getting bigger and bigger, and we cannot really get rid of the log file because we do need to see what is going inside of the log file. Now we do know that the var log, let's say if we do df-h, and most of the companies do have a dedicated /var partition on a different file system. If that's the case, then what you could do is you could actually create another directory in another partition. Let's say your partition is in /temp. Here you could create a new disk or a new file. Let's say in temp you create SAP here again, and sorry, mk. Let's go to temp first. Now let's create mkdir SAP. Now in this SAP, what we could say is we could link as a symbolic link to var log SAP log to to temp /SAP. So what will happen is every time there's a log generated, it is actually going to this specific log in this destination instead of the text or the size going through var log. It will go into this log. That's what I mean about creating a link to another file system. And the next one and the last one I have mentioned here, that 9 out of 10 times when you're gonna run out of disk space, then the user will come back to you and say, hey, can you please extend or add a new disk and extend the existing file system? Which means that if your disk space, in my case, if I have a disk space right here, I'll just make that bigger again. In my case right here, if my disk space right here, you notice, is 7.3 gig, sorry, 8 gig, then I could ask the virtualization guy, a VMware guy, or wherever that VM is running, if it's a VM, to extend that to, let's say, 16 gig, to double the size. Now the VMware guy has added the disk. Now it's up to the system administrator to actually go in and create the disk, partition it, and extend it. And that is what I have covered in my next 3 lectures. The first one is to add a disk and create standard partition, meaning is you're just creating a new partition and you could just put new files in there. Second one is that you are adding a disk and you are creating that on LVM partition. Once you create that on the LVM partition, then you could extend that to your disk, to whichever partition that you're working on. So anyway, guys, this is about the disk space full issue. We all experience disk space issues almost every day. And you know what I will do as well? I will actually add a lesson in this in the following lectures, which will tell you exactly how to create a script, the script that will actually help you delete old files, so you don't have to come in and delete those old files. That script is actually something that I have written. It's already I have a lecture on it. I'll just pull that lecture into this training, so this way you will have it, so you could rely on it, and you could actually create your own little script to delete the old files. Good luck.
Adding disk and creating new partition. Now this time we're going to talk about how can we add a new disk to our existing Linux system and then create a partition and of course mount that partition. The purpose behind adding a disk is most of the time you run out of disk space, or sometimes when your computer running multiple application, maybe one partition is required for one application and the other partition is required for another application. So that's why you add a new disks. And of course the commands that we will be using in this lesson are again df and fdisk. Before we get into Linux machine, I want you to open up your Oracle VirtualBox, because that's where we're going to add the virtual disk, since we do not have a physical server that we're working on. In physical system, you would of course have to pull the server out, add a new disk if you have a slot, and then bring the system up. But now since we are working on a virtual environment, it's a lot easier to add disk. Let's go into our VirtualBox. Okay, this is our VirtualBox. Before we could do anything, I want you to, if you are not on this screen, if you are on this screen, I want you to go to snapshot, click right here and create a snapshot, and just name it anything you want that will make you remember. Snapshot before adding disk. Click OK. The reason I'm creating the snapshot is in case you make a mistake while adding a disk, this will make your system unable to boot. So it's always easier to revert back to your original snapshot, so this way you don't lose anything. So now since you have the snapshot, it's done. Now I want you to go to setting and then go to storage, click on controller, and then click on add new disk. Then it will ask you optical disk, which is CD-ROM, or add a new disk. So just click on add a new disk. It will ask you, do you want to choose an existing disk or create a new one? Click on create new disk. Leave the default VDI, VirtualBox disk image, click next. Dynamically allocate it, that is okay, keep it default. And pick a name, any name you like. Let's call it data disk. And I want you to pick 2 gig instead of 8 gig, 2.00 space GB. Click on create. So once you create, you will see you have a new disk. Now click OK. So now it's time to power on your machine. So click on start. Okay, now I want you to become root. Okay, run df-h command and you'll see right here, this is the main disk that we have. It is mounted on root. Now run fdisk-l. You could do more because it will come up with the additional information. So when you do more, you'll notice the first disk that we added while we were building the system the first time is for 10 gig, which is there, and it is dev sda, and it has two partitions, one for swap and one for the regular Linux VM. The second disk that we added is right here. You notice this disk has 2147 megabyte, which is about 2 gig, and it has units, sectors, and all the information. The other two information, this one is about the partition information about the first disk. This one is telling you the CentOS root partition and the swap partition. So we have to work on this one, which is the new one that we added. Now I want you to run fdisk/dev/sdb, which is the name of the disk. We are using utility fdisk to create a new partition. So you hit enter. When you hit enter, you will notice it will bring up to the fdisk menu or fdisk portal. It will tell you, welcome to the fdisk. Utility changes will remain in memory only until you decide to write them. Be careful before using the write command. Of course, we are careful. If we make a mistake, we could always revert back to our snapshot. So now in this menu, you have different commands, but type help. So you will see the different commands that are available for us. Here are the list of different commands. You could review it one by one. The one that we need to pick is this one, new, because we are creating a new partition. So click N for new. Now, what is this partition type? Is primary or extended? We are primary doing it. We're doing a new disk. So click P or just hit enter because by default is picking P. Then primary partition number, default 1, pick 1, type 1 or just hit enter. First sector 2048. Yes, I want to leave the default 2048. The last sector is 4194303. That is fine. Leave it default. If you want to change the size of this partition, you see right here it says size. So let's say if you want to create two partition and each 1 gig, then you could do is plus 1G, and this will create one partition. So we want to use the entire disk, two disk for one partition. That's fine. So hit enter. Now it's done. It says it partition 1 of Linux type Linux and of size 2 gig is set. Now it is not created until we do W. See right here it says write table to disk. And if you remember at the beginning when we ran fdisk, it says it will be in memory until you do W. So we hit W, hit enter, and it is done. Calling octal or to read partition table syncing disk. Done. So now the disk is done. If you run fdisk again on just do -L, and you'll see right here dev sdb1. Automatically when you create one partition, first partition, it assigns the number 1. Now the volume is created. Now we have to assign a file system type. So if you remember, file system types are like a different type of file systems. We have ext 2 3 4 xfs ntfs. They're different types of file system. The latest one that we have in Linux is xfs. To make that file system, you have to run command mkfs make file system.xfs. This is the command, and then you have to specify your volume SDB1, which is the boot device, of course, and you hit enter. When you hit enter, you will get all that message with all the details, how the file system created, what are the other information, size, sector, and a whole bunch of stuff. So now it is created. Now what do we do with that? Now we have to mount it to a certain mount point. That's why we're gonna make a use out of it, right? So I want you to create a directory mkdir under root and call it data. hit enter. Now this is created, so if you do ls-l on the slash, you will see it is created right here. Now we're gonna mount that to our partition. So the command would be mount /dev/sdb1, which is our volume, space data. So we are mounting that partition that we created to our file system, to our directory that we just created /data. Hit enter. It is mounted. How do we verify? Now you run df-h and you will see right here at the bottom, it created our partition. There you go, see? So now we could write to it whatever that we wanted to do. Now, every time your system reboots, it will not mount this. So how can you make it enable that it will get mounted at a system reboot? Is you have to add an entry, vi, into fstab file. fstab has all the information about your partitions. You hit enter, come down all the way to the bottom, hit O in news to add a new line, then type /dev sdb1. Remember, this is the volume, right? We created a new partition. Tab, where are we mounting it to? We're mounting it to /data, right? Yes. Then tab. The next one column is what type of file system is it? Is XFS file system. Tab. Then the rest, leave that default. And then tab 0, tab 0. Those 2 zeros that I added mean something. These are the options that it would run file system check when the system boots or not. So you could look into it in more detail by running man on fstab command. Just type man fstab or just search it online and you will find the meaning of every field in it. Make sure you don't make mistake. If you make a mistake, you will have a problem booting your system. Then you would have to revert back to your snapshot. That's why I asked you to create a snapshot. Again, read it again and make sure you are typing it correctly. So now it's done. Hit escape, right quit, and enter. So now when I do init 6, you'll see the system will boot. And when it boots up, it will have that /data mounted. Okay, when you log in, open up a terminal and now df-h, and you will see right here dev sdb1 is automatically mounted. And the reason it is mounted is because we have that added in our /fstab file. To unmount it, if you want to unmount, for example, just become root and hit enter your password and type umount /data, the mount point, hit enter, and you will see it is gone. See, it's no longer there. If you want to mount back in, mount it again, you have to run mount the whole command, or you could simply type mount -a. What this will do is it will go into etc fstab and see what are the mounts, what are the file partition that I have to mount, and it will mount it, all of them. You see at the bottom, it mounted back again. So anyway, you could leave that data in, you could leave this disk if you want to, or you could remove it, it's up to you. But if you had made a mistake and your system is not coming up, you could always go back to your Oracle VirtualBox and then you could stop your machine and revert back. Adding disk and creating a logical volume manager partition. You look at this picture now. At the bottom of the picture, you will see we have hard disk 1 SDA, hard disk 2, hard disk 3. So every hard disk, we create a partition on top of it. Now, if you are doing LVM on top of it, then you would have to create physical volume. Physical volume has to be created for each partition. Then we create a volume group. This group will represent that entire physical volumes that will be coming out of those disks. And then we will create logical volumes. Once we have the logical volume, which will be exactly the same as a standard volume, but of course this will be under LVM, and then we're going to mount those logical volumes to our file system. So this is how it works. Let's get into our Linux machine and we'll try it, how it works. Now again, before we get into Linux machine, we have to go to Oracle VirtualBox and we will add a new disk to our Oracle VirtualBox. Okay, so this is our Oracle VirtualBox. It is powered off, so make sure it is powered off. Okay, go to the setting, click on storage, click on controller SATA, and then come down here and click on add new disk, add hard disk. Click on create new disk, leave the VDI default, dynamically allocated default. Pick a name, any name that you like. Let's say we're gonna pick disk Oracle. So if your database guy is coming to you and telling you, can I have an additional space, and you can label it according to the application. But again, it doesn't really matter, and the size of the disk I'm gonna pick is 1 gig. Then you click create. So now it is created and you simply click OK. Now once you're gonna boot up the system, it will have the new disk. So let's start our system. Okay, so once you log in, you open up a terminal. Now go ahead and become root. Okay, and run fdisk -l. Do it with more. Alright, the first disk you're gonna see is the 10 gig, is the one you created during the installation. The second disk you have is for 2 gig that you created previously, and it's partition information. And now the third disk you have, if you notice, it has the third letter SDC, which is right here, for 1 gig. So the first gig always starts with SDA, second SDB, and the third one SDC. So we already have the disk, we confirmed that. So now let's start creating the partition. So now if you notice from the background, let's go back to our slide. The first one is hard disk. We have confirmed we have the hard disk. Now let's create the partition. So we are going to the partition. If you look at the picture, you'll see on the green ones right above the disk are the partition. We'll go ahead and create those partition. So to create the partition is fdisk space /dev/sdc, because we are going to create disk for the third partition for the third disk. Then you hit enter, click on new, N to create a new partition, P for primary partition. 1 is the first sector partition, first partition that you want to create. So by default it's 1, so leave it as default and just hit enter. First sector is always starts with 2048 and it is giving us by default 2048, and leave it default, hit enter. Now the size of the partition you want to create, I wanted to give the entire size, so it automatically giving me the last sector of the disk. So I'll just hit enter and I'll pick the default value. So once that is done, go ahead and click P. So this will tell you that your partition has been created. But again, this partition has not been written to the table yet until we do W, which is to write. But at this time, since we are doing LVM, I want you to type T, because we are going to change the type of this partition. What is T for? So if you type just help, you'll see right here, T is change partition system ID. So we wanted to change it to LVM. So I want you to type T and hit enter. And here, I want you to type L to see what are the hex code associated with LVM. So LVM is associated with 8E, that I know. So 8E is somewhere here, right here. See, it says LVM 8E. So just type 8E and hit enter. So now it says change type of partition Linux to LVM. So hit P again to confirm. Right, see it right here, it says Linux LVM now. So now it is done. Now go ahead and type W to write to it. Now it is syncing the disk. Good. So now our partition table is created. Now the next step is to create a physical volume. So right here where it says the blue ones, dev sd1. So the third step is to create physical volume. To create a physical volume, you have to run command pv create physical volume create and the name of the volume, which is dev sdc, and the name of the partition number 1. Then you go ahead and enter, and it says successfully created. To verify it, you could always do pv display, which is to partition volume display, and it will tell you that it created the volume with information, the PE size, the PV new physical volume size 1023 megabyte, which is 1 gig. Now we have created the physical volume. Now it's time to create the volume group. So we are on the fourth step right here. It says right here, if you notice, volume group. So we're going to create a volume group. To create a volume group, the command is vg create and the name of the volume group that you want to assign. So we're going to continue with our example. So we're going to example of Oracle. So we're going to pick Oracle underscore LV. You could pick any name, but I'm just being consistent. So LV stands for volume. I should pick VG, so volume group. So this will identify this group is for Oracle. And now we are assigning this volume to dev sdc1, right? So I want you to go ahead and hit enter, and it says volume group Oracle underscore VG successfully created. You could go ahead and verify it by running the command vg display and give the volume name, which is Oracle underscore VG, and it will give you the information about that group. Now we are done with the volume group. Now the fifth step is to create logical volumes. So right here, logical volume, which is also just like a partition. So now to create a logical volume, you have to run the command lv create, then -n new Oracle underscore v. This is the name of the Oracle underscore lv. The size, you type size as 1G because we have the size of 1G, and where is it gonna associate it to Oracle. Volume group, you go ahead and enter, and it says volume group Oracle VG has insufficient free space, 255 extents, 256 required. Okay, I picked exact same one. So what I could do is, instead of that, I could just pick 1023. So if you know, there is 1024 megabyte makes 1 gig. So let's try that and hit M and hit enter. Still not enough, so I'll just pick 1000 because it does need some of the space to hold its LVM information. Okay, so it is the logical volume Oracle underscore LV is created. We could verify it by running LV display, and you will see right here it is created for that group. Okay, so now that is done, now we have to format the disk, assign the file system to it. So make file system.xfs to dev Oracle VG underscore Oracle LV. This is the group right here. in the middle, and this is the logical volume that we just created. So we are assigning XFS file system to this partition. So hit enter. So it had created now. Now it's time to mount this logical volume to our directory, wherever our directory is. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new directory, mkdir, and call it Oracle. Directory created. Now go ahead and mount it. So how are we going to mount it? We have to mount it /dev/oracle vg/oracle lv. Mounted where? To Oracle. It has mounted. Go ahead and do df-h, and you will see with df-h, yes, right here all the way to the bottom, it has assigned this volume to this directory. You could also unmount it with umount command. Anyway, this is how you create LVM new disk partition. Some of the commands are there. You just have to remember those commands, how to run them, what is the order that you have to run them. Again, the order always goes by the layout that we have. So first we have hard disk, then partition, then physical volume, then volume group, logical volume, and then mounted to the file system. This lesson is about adding and extending disk using logical volume management. Now, why do we need to extend a disk? So if we have a disk already in our system, in our Linux system, and let's say if that disk becomes full, it's 100%. So you have this disk that is mounted on /Oracle, and the disk space of that Oracle is 1 GB. And now after, let's say, 6 months or a year, the database administrator comes back to you and says, hey, I need more disk space for /Oracle because we've been doing a lot of work. The productivity has been increasing every day. The data is increasing every day. So of course, eventually the database gets bigger and bigger. So /Oracle gets bigger. So what options do you have? Well, we could look at a few options. Number one would be like delete some of the older files to free up disk space, right? That's what the basic thing is. So if you have your room that is fully cluttered and you don't have a room to walk around, what do? You take out the older stuff and throw it away, right? I hope so, right? Okay, so the other options that we have is add a new physical disk and mount it to /Oracle 2. Meaning that if you have a physical system, then you could add a new disk in this physical system if and only if you have the slot, an extra slot to add an extra disk to that physical system. If you have it, perfect. You could partition it, you could configure it at your RAID level, and then you can mount it on /Oracle 2. Or if you have a virtual environment, which is the perfect scenario, and that's why I love virtual environment, because you don't really have to actually pull your server out, open the top, and add a new disk. So if you have a virtual disk, all you have to do is go to your VM and add a new disk, and it takes literally a few seconds to do that. So, and then once you add that, you do the same thing, /Oracle 2. Now, I wanted to extend my /Oracle. I don't want to create another partition or another mount point like Oracle 2. Then what do? Well, you will be out of luck if you had not used LVM initially. If you have, then my friend, you are in luck. Then you would extend your /Oracle through Logical Volume Manager. So no matter how many disks you attach, external disk or internal disk, doesn't really matter. All you have to do is create a partition of that disk and then attach that disk within the same group that you created for /Oracle mount point. Now, how does it work? Let's get into our Linux machine and we'll find out. Now, before we get into a Linux machine, let's assume that we don't have a disk space and we want to add a new disk to our virtual machine. So let's go to our machine powered off. Of course, make sure it's powered off every time you have to add a new disk or add resources. Go to setting, go to storage, and then you'll see you have 3 disks. The first one you have is about your own Linux operating system disks that you created initially. I think it's like 10 gig. The second one you have is about the data disk, and the third one we added data oracle, which is 1 gig. So let's click here and you will notice right here the virtual disk size is 1 gig, but of course it is running out of space. We could extend it. Now remember one thing, other virtual environment like enterprise level VMware or even Oracle or Red Hat virtual environment, you will be able to extend this disk space right here by clicking on extend disk. But I believe since this is a PC version, a personal version of virtual environment, so you cannot extend that. So what do you have to do? You click on your controller, add a new disk, add hard disk, create new disk, VDI, next, dynamically allocated, next, and the name you could just name the same way as the other one, data oracle, and put 1 here because of course, sorry, you cannot name the exact same because it will be a conflict. So now this is the second disk. You know what, it's better you put 2, so this way it's easier to differentiate the first one and the second one. So this is the 2, and I want to give it another extra 1 gig. So get 1 gig and click create. So it has created 2 disks. So basically what we are doing here is we are combining data oracle with our data oracle 2. So that is done. Now click OK. Go ahead and hit power on or start. Okay, so we have logged into our Linux machine. Go ahead and become root. Now let's run the df-h command, and the disk space or the partition that we are trying to extend is this right here. So if you look at it right now, this partition is mounted on /oracle, and the disk size is 997, which is like a 1 gig. Used is 33 meg and available is 965. Now we are assuming that right now the usage is, instead of 4, it's 100%. So once we're gonna add additional disk space to it, instead of 997 megabyte, it'll become 2 gig. So let's go to our command fdisk/l. Let's pipe it to more, and let's see what other disk we have available. Dev SDA, which is the root disk where we did the installation. SDB is where we created our data disk. Then we have SDC, which is the Oracle disk that we used. So now we should also have the new one which we just created with the label SDD. So let's see, hit enter. See right here, you just have to be very careful because sometimes it throws so much information on the screen you can't really see where your disk is. Anyway, so that's the disk SDD. This is our new disk with 1 gig. So now we're gonna partition that disk the same way we partition any other disk whenever we create a new one. So to partition the disk, you run fdisk/dev/sdd, and this is going to be your new disk. Hit an N for new, P for primary disk, hit enter for default, or just hit 1, whatever you like. Hit 2048 or just hit enter to default. Hit enter again for default value. P for partition, you will see right here it says empty. as soon as I assign 8E to it, it will see Linux LVM. So hit T again and L again, and you will see this is a list of all the available file types that we could assign to it. So we will just pick 8E again for Linux LVM. Hit enter again, and now you'll see Linux LVM. Now this is the system that's using its type of file it's going to be assigning it to. Now you hit W to create that partition. So that partition is created. The partition is SDD1. You could do fdisk again, hit L and do pipe it to more, and you will see SDD1. So right here, SDD1, it is created. Perfect. All right, so now you could just reboot the system real quick so it is updated in the system again. Okay, once you have your system back online, you can log back in and become root. Do fdisk -L again, and this time just type dev sdd1 just to make sure it's there. Yep, it's there. Now it's time to extend the file system. /dev/mapper/oracle vg-oracle _lv. We are extending this one so the file system gets bigger. So first we do pv display. This will show us which group is associated with which disk. So our concern is right here, this one, SDC1, and it is associated with group oracle/vg. You could also run pvs. It will also give you the same, pretty much the same information. This disk is associated with this group. So we want to add a new disk within this group, and once we add that new disk that we created SDD, then we'll extend the group and we'll extend the logical volume as well. So let's do VG display, and let's do on our Oracle _VG. This is our group. So you'll see it also tells you the volume group size is 1020 megabyte, which again of course is 1 gig. So now let's create physical volume. So pv create /dev/sdd1, because we always have to create physical volume. So it is successfully created. Now we do vg extend. We are extending the group, which is a group name, Oracle VG, and we are associating that to dev sdd1. Okay, so now it is extended with that disk partition, because if you just say vg extend oracle _vg, it will say, hey, I will extend it, that's fine, but which disk I should leverage on or step on or include that disk within me to extend. So you have to define that the disk is /dev/sdd1. Okay, so now that is done. Now let's do logical volume extend. So logical volume extend is right here. So you have to specify the size, which is, the command is -L, and plus the size, so 1024, which is 1 gig. So just put meg here, and then you specify dev mapper, which is right here. What I would do is I will just move that, go up to our fdisk command, and I will just copy this entire thing so I won't make a mistake, because this is the logical volume that eventually we want to extend. And now we come down and paste it right here. Okay, so now we have extended and it says logical volume oracle underscore VG oracle underscore LV successfully resized. Awesome. Let's extend the file system, and the command to extend the file system is xfs underscore grow file system. And then you hit paste, hit enter, and that should grow your file system df-h. And now you will see /dev /mapper underscore vg 2 gig 33 oracle is now 2 gig. Remember, we had it 1 gig, now it's 2 gig. That's how you extend a file system. Once you extend it, you go back to your Oracle guy, tell him you have added a new storage to your existing mount point. You did not have to create /oracle2.
Now let's talk about another script to delete old files. Now this is a definite script that everyone might have experienced or will be experiencing it if you are becoming a system administrator or becoming a Linux or taking over a Linux job. So you have a system, and um, as you know, this when you build a system, so many people log in, so many program runs, so many logs get created. As the system ages, over time, it creates a lot of files. When a lot of files are created, there is no mechanism inside unless you enable a couple of other services to delete older files. So what happens if you don't delete those old files? Well, it will fill up your disk space. And once the disk space is full, your system will become unresponsive. So it is very important for all the system engineers or administrators to actually keep an eye on all the old files and that are no longer in use. So in this lesson, what we're going to do is we're going to create a script from scratch that will delete all the files for a specified number of days or years or whichever that is being specified in the script. And what are we going to do actually? First, we're going to create files with older timestamp because in my system is fairly new, and most likely the system you are working on is also new. So maybe you don't have older files, so you would have to create files with the older timestamp. So we could try out our newer script. Then we're gonna find and delete those files that are older than 90 days. Why pick 90 days? It doesn't really matter. You could pick 100 days, 80 days, whichever days that you like. But in a general standard is that most of the time people want to get rid of all the files older than 3 months. And then we're gonna find another way or another script which will find and rename old files. So if instead of deleting it, what you could do is you could find older files, let's say older than 90 days, and instead of deleting it, how can we just rename it and rename it like .old or .archive or whatever that you want to rename. So you need a script for that too. So these are the type of scripts that we'll work on in this lesson. I will go straight into my Linux machine. Okay, I have it open through my putty session. I am logged in as myself and I am in home IFSol PS directory. PS directory is something that I previously created, stands for professional scripts. Anyway, you could pick any directory as I mentioned earlier. So now we are in this directory, and when you do ls-ltr, you'll notice that I do not have any file older than August 27th, which is not 3 months old. So for me to test my script on older files, I would have to create some files that will with older timestamps. Well, can you do it? Yes, you could do it. You could do it with a touch command, and the format for that is touch with -d option, and you specify the time, let's say um, Thursday, comma 1st March 2018, 12:30 am, and create a file called, let's call it A. Okay, so now the file is created. Let's verify it if it is created with the older timestamp. Yes, you see I did ls-ltr, and this option with ls-ltr, it will give me all my files in the timely order. So the most recent one is created at the bottom and the oldest one is at the top. So if you see the top one is this one, it is created on March 1st. So March 1st is a lot older. I created that. So now I wanted to create, just like that, I wanted to create other files as well. So I'll create B, I'll create C, I'll create D. I'll create 4 files. So this way, when I run the script, it will find all these commands, all these files, and execute it. Now let's create our script to delete it. So first thing is, to find it, first of all, every time you need to create a script, it's better that you run that command so it will work in the script. So do find path to where you're finding it. So I'm going to find it in this path, which is right here. So find in this path with time, modify time, plus 90. And then once it finds them, then what do you want to do? You want to execute a command, and I just wanted to see the listing of it, so I'll do ls-l of what returns, and what is returned is specified with curly braces, open curly braces, close, space, backslash, and colon. This is just a standard way to find files. It's not something fancy that is only written in script. It's just a simple command. Even you search online, you will find the exact same commands. So once I run this command, you'll see I will find all the files that are created 3 months ago. And you see it found 4 files, right? Perfect. So now I will create a script that will do exactly the same thing, and I don't have to actually run it manually. I'll just cron tab that job, and it will run um, on a schedule basis. So if I do vi and I will put delete old files. This is the name of my script. I will hit enter, and you know here what you need to do is bin bash, and the author Imran Afzal, date 08/08/2020. Description, very important. This script will delete delete files older than 90 days. Perfect. Modified. Do we need to worry about it? Not really at this time because you're creating for the first time. Okay, perfect. Now this is the description and the shell that's defined. I'm gonna right click, which I copied that same exact file earlier, and now just save it. Give executable permission to my script, which is delete all files. Let's check. Yes, the file is there. Now when I run it, delete all file, and you'll see it is giving me all the old files. Now I want to delete them. So to delete them, you vi the script again, and instead of execute ls, you just do rm, delete those files that are returned. So now when I run it, delete all files, and it gave me my prompt back. It means it ran. So when you do ls-ltr, you'll see all those files that I had earlier, A, B, C, D, E, all of them are gone. Right? So that's how you create a script that will delete all files. Now, what if you just wanted to rename it? Let's try the same script. And this time I'm just going to say move delete all files to rename all files. so now it has renamed, so I'm going to change it to rename old files. And this time what I'm going to do is I want, once that those files are found, I want to move whatever is returned to return name dot old. So this is going to find and move whatever it find to the name of the find with dot old extension. You copy and paste. Now first, before I run it, I want to create those files that I created earlier. So I'm going to hit up arrow key, because up arrow key remembers all the commands that I ran previously. Okay, so this is the one, D, C, B, and A. Let's verify it. Let's do ls-ltr, and you'll see all the files are there. Now, when I run this updated script, it should update the name of these files from D to d.old, c.old, b.old, and a.old. Let's do rename old files. And it ran. Let's verify it. You see? A, B, C, D dot old. So this is about the script. Again, it's an everyday script that you're going to be using it. It's a real life example script. You need to know that. You need to know how to delete old files or rename it or whatever that you're trying to do with the files. It will do it for you. So try it out yourself. I am going to include the instructions that we just followed in the lecture's text in the same lesson. You'll find it. You could copy paste or you could start from scratch.
etc files fstab corruption. etc fstab is a file just like any regular file, but it is very powerful configuration file, because if something goes wrong inside of this file, then your system is not going to boot up. It's that simple. So what exactly is etc fstab file is? What is its function? fstab stands for Operating System File System Table. It's one of the main configuration file in etc that is required by the operating system when it is booting up. It goes into the fstab file. The operating system goes in there and asks what are the mount points, what are the source device blocks, and where do I have to mount, how do I have to mount, and where is it going to come up. So if there is no entry or corrupted entry in the fstab, again, it will not boot up, meaning your operating system will not boot up. It will complain. So in this lecture, we will understand how the etc fstab works. What are the different columns is there for? What are the different options it's there for? What are the things you need to keep in mind when you are making changes to etc fstab? Each field in fstab has a different meaning. So there are pretty much, I believe, 5 to 6 columns in fstab, starting with device, mount point, file system type, option, backup, file system check order. We will go through each column one by one when I will actually log into my Linux machine. To check your file system whether it has a corrected mounted point or whether it has a mount point or not, the command that we usually run is df command with different option with -h or whichever the option that you decide to pick. Then we could check or verify the etc fstab by opening it, and there are many different options that you could use, or sorry, many different commands that you could use to open up etc fstab. And some of them are like cat, more, vi, or vim. These are the editors, the last two ones, to actually edit the file. It is a very good practice for our regular system administrators to back up the etc fstab. When I say back up, meaning create a copy of fstab before editing the fstab file, because if something goes wrong in the file, or if there are if the file is being fat fingered, then you could always revert back to the original file instead of spending so much time finding out where the issue is. Issue that usually comes up when there is a corruption in FSTab. Then what happens? Well, of course, the system is not going to boot up. And the reasons are there's incorrect entry in etc FSTab or accidental deletion of etc FSTab. Okay, so this is the big one. What if we actually delete the entire FSTab file? Then, of course, operating system is going to go in and say, hey, I can't find the file system table. I don't know which device block to mount on which mount point. So how do we fix that? Well, we will cover that in this lecture as well. How we could correct the incorrect entries in FSTab and how can we recreate a deleted FSTab. So the troubleshooting steps that we will follow here is we will boot into rescue mode by mounting CD or CD ISO image. Of course, the system is not booting up. Then what are the other options we have? And one of the option is that you have to boot up your operating system by mounting the ISO image in rescue mode. Once it comes up, then you have to choose option 1 to mount the root file system. And then you have to fix the etc FSTab. And if the FSTab is deleted, then what do? You would need to run a command called blk ID, which stands for block ID. Block ID is the ID that is associated with every block device. When you run this command, it will give you all the information about your block devices. And so by looking at it, you could actually simply create the etc FSTab manually by actually putting in that entries. Alright, so without further ado, we'll log into our Linux machine and we'll first understand how etc FSTab works. So I have my machine right here, which is my first Linux machine. I am logged in as root. So root, well, you have to be root to modify the etc FSTab, because anything inside of etc directory, you have to be root to modify that, and everyone else can read it. So if I go in here and I will do vi FSTab, and you will notice right below the hash signs, by the way, all these hash signs are the common signs, so it's just the information. The first one is telling me this is the block device all the way from here, and this is the mount point. Block device. Now, block device is actually the block, the original file or the original device where you could actually use it to mount to a specific mount point which you have specified. So what is the mount point? Here you'll notice the second column. This is the second column. Anything that is separated from with space or tab actually goes into second column. The second column is the mount point. That's the field, the directory where the partition or disk will be mounted. This should usually be an empty directory in another file system. So you could have that in etcmnt or slash temp or some other directory. The third one, as if you notice, there are a lot of spaces. If you leave one space or multiple spaces, it does not matter. So the third field is telling me what type of file system it is. It is XFS file system. If it was ext, it would have been here. Then we have the fourth column, which is the options. The fourth column field specifies the mount options. There are many mount options that are out there that you could use, which could be like read, how you want to read it, read or write, synchronized, default. Most of the file system supports several mount options, which modifies how the kernel treats the file system. You may specify multiple mount options separated by commas, but it cannot be separated by space. Then you have the next column is the backup operation. The fifth field, which is like if it has 1 instead of 0, then it means the dump utility should back up the partition. If it has 0, then it should not. Okay, the last one, which is the fifth one, it basically is telling the file system, or sorry, the operating system, that every time the operating system boots up, and if it has 0, which means that fsck, check the file system, should not run. You do not want the operating system to run fsck on any of the specified devices. So right here, this is the device. You don't want operating system to check this device or check this partition. If you have 1 here, it means it only applies to root, and then it will run the fsck. If you have number 2 here, it means it will check fsck to all the partitions other than root. So that's how we could have a good understanding of our etc fs tab. So if you look at the first one, I have dev mapper CentOS my first Linux VM dash root, and that is the primary partition that I have that is mounted on slash. The next one I have is the main the partition that I have created. I believe I picked 1 gig for it, and it is mounted for boot. And the boot is the partition where the grub file exists, which actually tells the operating system which operating systems to start off of with. You could have multiple versions of operating system that could be defined inside of the grub file. But anyway, this is where you have to specify that. The third one, you notice about the swap space. The swap space telling it does not mount to anything. It's just its mount point would be just swap. And the last one, you notice this is something that I created earlier. It's just a block device SDB. It's in a different partition. Its mount point is spare data. Its file system is extension 4, and defaults value 0 and the 0. So if I exit out of this file and I do df-h, you will notice I do not have you notice I do have dev sdb1 mounted to spare data. Let me df-h and grep exclude temp-fs, which is just temporary file system. I just wanted to know the actual file system. So these are the 3 and these 3 are the one that actually specified in the etc fs tab. So if I make a mistake, let's say in this one, dev sdb1, if I make a mistake and instead of spare data, I will take out the A by accident. So let's go fs tab, and I will come down here and I will remove A. So now what will happen is this operating system is going to boot up, but it will complain that it cannot mount this file system or this partition. It will still boot up because it's not a main operating system file system, so it could get stuck somewhere, but it will eventually come up. But if you make a mistake, similar mistake like that on one of the main file system, then you pretty much don't have any option and you have to boot up from rescue. So let's consider we have made a mistake here. We actually omit A. So now how can we fix that issue? Now before we reboot and boot up in rescue mode, you have to go into the console. You cannot do it from the PuTTY, because if you do it from the PuTTY, it is going to you're gonna lose your PuTTY session. So that is why you have to go through your console. So before you reboot, you have to mount your ISO device, which is our CentOS CD, which is right here. It's already picked up. As soon as you mount, you'll see on your desktop that it will get mounted right here. Okay, so now go ahead and do reboot and hit enter. As soon as you see in the back it lost the PuTTY connection, that's fine. You can close that. Now you notice it's giving us three options: install CentOS, which we do not want to do it; test this media, install CentOS, that's still not our option; troubleshooting, yes, go ahead and hit enter. Install CentOS 7 in basic graphical mode, no, we don't want to use that option. Rescue a CentOS system, exactly, this is our option. Hit enter. Now let's wait for the installer to come up, because the operating system would have to start up the installer itself so you could get into the rescue mode. Rescue mode is also a kind of a program itself that is built onto the CD, and which allows you to actually troubleshoot issues like these and many other, not just to fix the etc FS tab, but many other issues. Alright, the rescue option came up. It says the rescue environment will now attempt to find your Linux installation and mount it under the directory mount sysimage. Yes, this is the option we wanted to pick, and we wanted to have it mounted on sysimage so we could actually cd into mnt sysimage and then go to etc FS tab and modify our configuration, or the mistake that we did. So go ahead and hit enter, hit 1 and enter. Okay, the system has been mounted under mnt sysimage. Okay, chroot. If you would like to make your system the root environment, run the command. You have the option, if you want to get the root environment just like as if you were running su space dash, and then it gets the same root environment. This is pretty much is telling you the same thing, so hit enter. Now you could go ahead and do vi etc. Sorry, first you have to cd into mnt sysimage. So you are in that directory. Now you do ls-ltr, and now you go into etc directory. Remember, this is not cd/etc. This is mnt sysimage/etc. So now you are in etc. Now vi the FS tab, and when you come down, you notice the last line. That's where I made a mistake, and I omit A. So now I'm going to put an A back. Hit escape and save the file. The file is saved. Perfect. So now I could just simply boot out of this and go back into my operating system, and it should work perfectly fine. Also, if you have deleted the file completely, then you could do blk id, block id, which will give you the information about your block devices and the mount points. So you notice at the last line it says dev mapper CentOS underscore my files Linux VM swap, and above it it's root. So this is how it knows where it is mounting or what is the device IDs are. So you could use this as your way of recreating the etc FS tab. Alright, so now it's all done. You could exit out of it and it will start booting up, and you should have your etc FS tab recovered completely. Alright guys, hopefully this lecture serves its purpose. If you have any questions, let me know. File system corrupted, or if there is a file system corruption. Well, what is a file system? File system consists of the directories or folders that you create in your operating system. So there are different type of file systems. The file systems are like extension 3 in Linux, extension 4, XFS, NTFS or FAT in Windows. These are all different type of file systems that we have in operating system. A file system layout and partitions are like /var, /etc, /root or /home. So whenever you carve a disk and you give that disk to your operating system, the first thing you have to define is what type of file system do you want for it. Then you pick a file system, for example, ext4. Once that is assigned to your file system, the next step is to partition that disk or that file system in the way you want. If you leave it a default file system, then everything goes under slash. But if you wanted to partition with advanced partitioning option while you're doing the installation, then you could use /var/etc or whichever the partition or mount point that you want to specify. So what happened is when the file system is corrupted, it usually gets corrupted in one of these partitions. Maybe the /var is bad, /etc or /root is bad. That's why sometimes the system administrators, the way they design the operating system is they slice each partitions differently. So this way, if there is a problem with var, it only stays with var. It doesn't impact the whole /file system. So that is one of the main reasons people pick the partitioning of your disk instead of just picking one big large partition which is slash. Now, how do we check the file system? Well, the first command that you need to run is df command. We already talked about it. Df command tells you what type of file system you have and where that file system is being partitioned and where is it mounted. Also, you could run the command fdisk with -l option to see all the disks that you have in your system, and also each partition of that disk. If your system is running on LVM, then you could run many LVM commands like lv display, pv display, the lv block. So there are many commands that you could run to see your file system. Now let's get into troubleshooting steps. So you know your system is running slow, or you have identified that you have a file system corruption in one of your partitions. So what do? You first check the var log messages to confirm that it is actually the file system, and you will see a lot of error messages that will come up in your var log messages that will say that bad block on this sector on this disk and you need to fix it, or you need to run fsck. You will see that in your var log message. So var log messages or any type of log like var log syslog are very, very important in a system structure to identify where the problem is. Then once you know that you do have a file system problem or a corruption, and you identified which partition that file system is corrupted, then you run the command fsck. This is the command fsck, which stands for file system check. This command has been used with many different Linux as well as Solaris or Unix flavors as well. It's still there. It works perfectly. There are some of the new commands that are in there for different file system. Maybe XFS file system will run XFS repair, which we'll talk about in a little bit. So anyway, we run the fsck on block device, which is dev sda. We will not run on the mount point, meaning these are the mount point, which is /var. We cannot run fsck on /var. We have to run on the actual mount where it's coming from, the source. That would be the block device. Then make sure we are unmounting the file system before we are running fsck, because if you run fsck on a mounted file system or mounted partition that is already mounted on var etc, it will give you an error message and it will say you cannot mount it because that file system is busy. That is why one of the things a lot of people get into trouble saying when they are trying to do the cleanup of the corrupted file system, and they run fsck and it doesn't run, and then they're sitting and trying to find out why it is not running. Read the error message, what it says, and it will tell you why it's not running, because it cannot run that command on the mounted file system. So let's get into our Linux machine. I have already opened a terminal to my Linux machine, and the first thing we'll see is we'll see the layout of our file system, and for that we'll run the command df-h. H is for human readable option. You could pick any option you want. If you pick, I suppose, T, that will also tell you what type of file system it is. It is XFS, temp file system, or ext file system. So let's just run df-h, and you will see there are different file systems are also there as tempfs. These are just a temporarily. This is not the actual file systems. So what you could do is you could do df-h and grep -v to exclude tmpfs. So now you know exactly how many partitions you have. You have two partitions. One is mounted on slash, which is just slash on the root level, and the second one is dev sd1, which is mounted for boot. Boot is usually mapped on a regular block device. It does not get mapped on the LVM. So up here you'll see this is the LVM. It always starts with dev member. So we identified it. Now in your system, if you are working in a corporate environment or any of your system, you're probably gonna see more mounted points. You probably have /var, /etc, /opt, /sbin, or /temp, whatever the partition you have. It's okay. I'm not gonna go into every one of them, but I'm just saying you're probably gonna see a lot more mount points on your system. If you don't, that is fine. But let's come in here, and to cover this, I have actually attached a disk through my virtual machine, and I am going to mount that disk first, just to show you how we could run fsck. So that disk, I will do a fdisk -l, and here, if you notice, I have a new disk which I have already partitioned. I just wanted to add that I have already partitioned that new disk. So if you notice right here, I have a disk sdev sdb, which is 5 gig. This is what I got it from my virtual machine, and I have already partitioned that. Now I have to mount that somewhere, so I will mount it in one of the directory that I have created earlier. So that directory is in my slash directory, which is, I named it spare data. So I'm gonna mount that /mount dev sdb1 to spare data. Okay, now it is mounted. Now when I run df-h, of course I will grep everything, all the temporary file system, and now you will see I have basically two file systems. One is SDA and one is SDB. They are the same file system, XFS. I wanted to, now I have discovered that this file system, or this partition point, is corrupted. Now I need to fix that, or clean any bad sectors that is on this partition. So I will run the command fsck space /spare data. Now the reason I'm putting that here, because I want you to know that it will not work, because I am trying to run fsck on the mount point, which does not work, and it will tell you it's a directory while trying to open this. So we don't do on the directory, we do on the block device, as I mentioned before. So I will do fsck dev sdb1. Now I'm running this, it will still fail. Why? Because, as I mentioned in my last part, it says unmount file system and then run fsck. Unmounting means it is already mounted on this directory, so that's why it's not going to work. But I will go ahead and run it to see the error message. Okay, so when I ran it, it says fsck from utility Linux so and so, and the version and the date, and it says dev sdb1 is mounted. E2 fsck cannot continue, so aborting. Basically, this E2 fsck is a newer command, but for fsck, I'm sure fsck probably have a
a link to this. This is a new command that you could run. Anyway, we could talk about new commands later, but right now our focus is to find out why we cannot run fsck on dev sdb1, and we know we cannot because it is mounted. So what do I have to do? I have to unmount it. Umount. The command to unmount is umount slash spare data. That's the partition, or that's the mount point I have. So I'll run that command, and now it is unmounted. I will do df-h again, and you'll see it is not there. Now I could run fsck sdb1 by hitting up arrow keys, which will repeat all the commands that were ran earlier. I hit enter. As soon as I hit enter, it says fsck from utility so and so and version date, and says dev sdb1 clean. And it has some of its calculations, and the files is telling you how many files it has, how many blocks it has. Since this is only 5 gig and it went pretty fast, and there is no files or data on that spare disk right now, that is why it went pretty fast. And you see you got the result right away. If you have that, let's say 100 gig of disk, and it has so much data on it, then it could take a long time to run. It will go into it and it will check everything that it has to check on for the bad blocks, and it will fix it. So it's also possible while it is fixing it, it will ask you, hey, I found the fix for this, do you want me to fix that bad block? And you will have to enter Y to say yes, go ahead. So one thing is you could keep saying Y and keep entering in on the prompt, or you could just simply say fsck minus Y. It means whatever that you're going to ask me, my answer is yes. So then you will hit enter, and it will go through all the file system again, and it will clean up. Now, next thing I wanted to talk about, which is one of the biggest thing a lot of people experience, is they say, okay, my file system is corrupted, but it is root file system. Now, how do I clean that when it is mounted? If I unmount it, it's not going to let me mount because that's where I am running my entire operating system. So how can I do that? Well, that's a very good question if that is coming in your mind. Many times we have that issues, we cannot clean up. So the only way we could do that is we have to boot our machine through the CD-ROM. We have to mount our CentOS or Red Hat CD to our Linux machine right here, and we have to boot from that CD-ROM. And then once it boots, it will give us the rescue option. We'll pick the rescue option, and then we can fix this issue if there are any bad sectors on the root or any partition that cannot be mounted while the operating system is running. Now, how can I do that? So for that, you cannot use a putty session. For that, you have to actually console into the machine, because you will be rebooting the machine and you will be bringing down all the network connections and all the multi-user environment. So I will go into my Linux machine through console. Okay, I am logged into console now. I have to attach the device, the ISO image of my CentOS. So go to device, optical drives, and choose disk image. Once I go in here, it will tell me where the file is. I'll say desktop. It is on my desktop, and the file is CentOS. Click open. If you want to confirm it has attached, you could go back to devices, optical drives, and you see the check mark is right here. So it means it is mounted. So now all I have to do is do a reboot and hit enter. When it reboots, you see in the back I have the putty session, and it says it lost the server unexpectedly. That's fine. Now I am at this section where it says install CentOS 7. You probably have seen that if you have recently done the installation. So install CentOS, perfect. You don't want it to do that because this is if you are doing the install from scratch. Test this media and install CentOS. It's the same thing, but it will test it again. Our option is troubleshooting. I'll go in and hit enter in troubleshooting. Now the next option is install CentOS in basic graphical mode. Again, we are not installing, we are doing rescue. So come down to the selection, to the option where it says rescue a CentOS system. If you are using Red Hat, it would say rescue a Red Hat system. So hit enter. Now it's basically starting up the operating system, not the operating system, but the system that is actually on the disk that is used to go through the installer. See, it says starting installer. Well, in fact, it's not doing the installer, so don't be alarmed by that. Now, here we are in the rescue mode. Read it very carefully. It says the rescue environment will now attempt to find your Linux installation and mount it under the directory /mount/sysimage. You can then make any changes required to your system. Choose one to proceed with this step. You can choose to mount your file system read-only instead of read-write by choosing 2. If for some reason this process does not work, choose 3 to skip directly to a shell. So if I pick 1, then it will mount my file system, which is root to /mnt sysimage. So suddenly I lost the screen, but anyway, so I don't want to mount that. If I mount it, then I cannot run fsck, which I will be in the same situation. I don't want to mount it as read-only, so I will just skip straight to the shell. So I will pick option 3 and hit enter. Now I have the shell, so I run df-h command, and you will see none of the file system will show up here. That actually the partitions that we have in when the actual operating system runs. So it's this, the one that you see right now, it is actually coming straight from the CD. So you know that already your file system that you need to clean actually lives on dev sda. So you will run fsck -y if you want to, dev sda1, because you have to specify the entire partition for every partition that you have on the disk. Now you hit enter, and it says fsck from utility 2.23.2 sbin fsck xfs file system. It means I cannot run fsck for the partition that lives on, or that has assignment of xfl file system. So I have to run the command fsck.xfs. Now run dev sda1. Now if you wish to check the consistency of xfl file system or repair a damaged file system, see this. Now it's saying now go to this command. This is the one I was talking about. Now you will have to run this command instead of fsck. So now you run a dev sda1, hit enter, and it's going through all the phases, phase 1 through 6, and it's actually resetting the content, checking the blocks, and it's verifying, and it says verify and correct link counts, and at the end done. So basically it went through the whole lot. If you had a big disk space with a lot of data on it, then it will take a long time, as I mentioned. So now since it's mounted, it's cleaned, your corruption is cleared on your file system, now you could simply do reboot. But before you do the reboot, just unmount your optical drive so it won't start off the ISO image. So force unmount and hit reboot. It will reboot, and it will come back as clean disk and no corruption. You could also check in the var log messages. Anyway, so this is about this lecture, file system corruption. Then you have to follow these steps one by one. Again, if you have any questions, please send me a message, and I'll be happy to answer anything that you have in mind.